Talk Shoes. Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 59, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We're talking about episode 510, He's Our You. Thanks, LaFleur. Thanks.
LaFleur has a lot to say. A lot to teach us all.
Yeah, that LaFleur is, he's a literary mastermind.
Mm-hmm.
So, interesting episode, Saeed-centric episode.
Truly Saeed-centric.
Yeah.
In the old-fashioned sense.
In the classical sense, yes.
Yeah.
Wasn't there some sort of, what was the last Saeed episode?
I would say The Economist.
Season 3, right?
No.
I mean, 4.
Yeah. Yes.
Was that season 1? Last time I saw a Saeed episode? Something about Nadia and Takrit.
Yes.
What did you think of this one?
Well, there's some various issues with it that we'll get into. I feel like, to a certain extent, it does a tiny bit of rewriting history, but and also there's some contrivedness in there that kind of bothered me, but nonetheless, it actually worked. I still found myself enjoying it. I kind of got pulled in. I liked learning, essentially filling in what we didn't know. As confusing as what they filled in is, it was nice to kind of get that in parallel with developing his story on the island, and also, I do like the ending. I sort of like the idea of actually actually having someone take the plunge and really try to do something that would negate something that we know happens later, and that hasn't quite happened yet.
Yeah.
The characters in general have sort of avoided really trying to do that, and sort of acknowledges that they knew Ben was there, and they just sort of, couldn't really do anything about it because they were,
that's the thing is they're sort of told that they sort of can't do anything.
Yeah.
In the effect of whatever they do is what they do, so you sort of can't do anything different. And I spent a good 5 minutes going around in circles again, trying to figure out if sort of Saeed could have really killed Ben or not, young Ben.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking, well, if he actually would have shot him, in 1977 and he died, then he sort of wouldn't be there in the future. And then, of course, there's, he sort of, the things that brought him back wouldn't have brought him back. And it's just like, so he sort of can't die, but then why not? The only reason he can't die is because of this other, and so, you get in this loop.
Yeah. And it's notable that no magic happens. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's anything stopping him from killing him, and so, I don't know. It's weird. I definitely don't think he's going to end up dying. I have to say, for reasons that I'll talk about later.
Getting shot by a gun doesn't always kill you.
No.
I mean, he didn't shoot him in the head. That's the thing.
Of course, they never do that on the show, which is kind of good for circumstances like this. Like no one's ever shot in the head, and people sometimes die from gunshots. So it sort of works for suspense that way. But again, also because of that, it gives them an out. It gives them a good reason why the gunshot doesn't have to kill him. So, I definitely think that's what's gonna result from this. But it's still kind of weird. It's weird to have an arc where Saeed, because of what happens in the future, sort of takes revenge on little kid Ben and talks to him like he's the future Ben. him telling the little kid, "You were right about me," is just really weird. Like it.
Yeah, that was a cool. I mean, yeah, it sort of, he knows something the kid doesn't know.
Yeah. Yeah. And sort of the kid can't really understand what's going on there. So the drama of the situation is strange. It's sort of all about Saeed, and Lil Ben doesn't really know what the issue is.
And if you want to boggle your mind, think about the idea of the fact that little Ben hears Saeed say, "You are right, I am a killer," and then Ben grows up and later tells Saeed, "You're a killer."
Yeah, exactly.
Which came first, I guess. I mean,
I know. Yeah, that's a very strange thing. But minor issues and contrivances aside, I think the "He's Our You" guy was kind of overblown. His character definitely doesn't seem like the center of the episode to me. It seems like a kind of diversionary subplot, and at the center of the episode is really Saeed and Ben. And it just, I don't know, I think it's weird having that title. And that subplot,
I think they could have picked a better title.
Yeah. And that subplot doesn't really go anywhere. It was okay enough, but I would give it a B.
B?
Yeah.
I liked this the first time more than the second time I saw it, and I guess it's probably due from the sort of contrivances you were sort of referenced. Some of the scenes I think are sort of just okay. Again, the "He's Our You" scene, I think, you're right, it sort of didn't come to anything. And he really isn't Saeed. All he did was give him a truth serum. He didn't torture him.
Yeah, I know.
He didn't sort of get, and it was sort of very, they do this thing with Dharma where they when they get dark, sometimes they have this like levity there too sometimes, and so the whole thing with Saeed, and then he tells him the truth, and then he's like, "Oops, maybe I should have given him half a drop," and it's like, here's a guy who doesn't really know what he's doing, he hasn't done this a lot. He might be their version of Saeed, but he's not a sort of I don't know.
Yeah.
Saeed wouldn't have made that mistake.
He's a lot milder.
Yeah, he's definitely milder, and it was just. I think the build up to that character and to that scene was a letdown, I think.
Definitely.
Because Taurus is like, we're going to have to take this to the next level.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You're right. You're right. It works. It definitely works better the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Once you know where that's going, all that stuff is just kind of falls flat, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a couple things writing wise that were sort of weird, but overall, yeah, it's strange because it's probably got the most interesting Saeed plot lines, but it's not the best Saeed episode.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Because the whole back and forth between, Ben sort of making Saeed be the killer in the future and sort of using him, manipulating him, it's sort of almost payback and revenge for the shit Saeed does in the past. And,
yeah.
And it's this sort of cyclical effect on both, and that's all interesting and stuff.
Yeah, that is a very strange kind of dramatic arc.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not even an arc; it's like a loop.
Yeah, it's a dramatic loop.
Yeah, and that's just not something you often see in stories.
Mm-hmm.
Where sort of the effect and the cause are wrapped up with each other so closely.
Yeah, it's definitely strange. I'd give it a B minus.
Okay.
Yeah. It there's a couple good parts.
Yeah, I sort of liked it more than I thought I should. Some of the scenes worked better than I think they actually were for me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why my grade is a little bit inflated from what my mind is saying to give it.
Yeah.
But I'll stick with B.
All right. What do you guys think at home?
Hey.
All right, enough out of you. So you ready to dive in here?
Okay. Well, let's dive in. So we start off into Crete. A man yells at his son to kill a chicken. The son is reluctant. The father tells the son to stay outside until he kills one. And then another boy comes up, goes into the chicken coop, picks up a chicken and kills it. Then he comes out and hands the dead chicken to the first boy. At that point, the father comes out to congratulate the original boy for killing the chicken, but the boy says it wasn't him. And so the father tells the other boy, "Well done, Saeed."
Boy number 2 becomes Saeed.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
So here we go. This is a, really kind of normal flashback, I guess. Very reminiscent of the Echo Yimmy storyline.
Mm-hmm.
And I think really all this does is set up the thing later with Ben. So that when Saeed says that his father was a hard man too, or something like that, we have some sense of what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Besides that, I didn't really think this did all that much.
Well, one of the things I sort of picked up on that I think they're trying to say is, this episode was weird for me because I think it sort of made me, or is positioning me to like Saeed a bit less.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he's just a killer, like he's just a killer, like to me that's not interesting. Like he's a sociopath and doesn't know it or something, like, okay, well, that's weird. Like, there was always sort of, reasons behind his killings and sort of these tactics and strategy, and, he's a thinker first and foremost, I would say, about Saeed. So what I got from this scene, which I thought was kind of interesting, was the fact that he sort of, they didn't sort of show Saeed. I thought they were going to play this scene one of two ways. I thought the older boy, the taller boy, the first boy, I'm like, okay, which boy is going to be Saeed,
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to show us that Saeed started out peaceful and innocent and he didn't want to murder a chicken? He's going to be the first boy, and then he's, or are they going to have, Saeed be the one he actually turns out to be?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing I picked up on that I thought was interesting was the fact that he didn't just sort of kill the chicken just to kill the chicken. He killed the chicken to help his brother or to help his other kid. He sort of did it for a reason, and the stuff in the future where Saeed is going around killing people, he's killing people to protect his friends.
Yeah.
So he's not just like a killer. He's good at it and capable. But I think he doesn't kill. Like he says, he doesn't like killing. I mean, he's not a killer who just likes killing. So they're kind of showing that too. I think here in this scene is he sort of did it for a sort of nice reason, and he didn't kill the chicken and go say, hey Dad, look, I killed the chicken and my brother couldn't. Or they didn't. He was going to let him take the credit, the other kid take the credit for it and everything.
Yeah, and they didn't show him just like unprompted go kill a chicken just because he wanted to. Yeah.
I mean, he saw it as a boy in a hard situation. His dad wasn't going to let him back in until he did it, and all this. And so that's good. I like the scene for that little sort of nuance there.
Yeah, I definitely think that. I definitely think that line where he says "You were right about me, I am a killer" is it sort of works dramatically, but I want to not believe it, and I feel like
it's a little too simplistic.
And I feel like the evidence is there to not believe it, because I think the only thing you can really say maybe negatively about Saeed is that he has the ability to do it. Like some people wouldn't be able to kill even if they had those reasons. And so he sort of has it in him to kill people, and that's a sense in which you could say he's a killer, I guess. But he certainly doesn't want to and wouldn't do it, just with no particular motive.
Yeah.
And so in that sense, he's not a killer. So yeah, I agree that like it makes him worse if we're really supposed to believe that. So
yeah,
I'm hoping that's not sort of his final arc as a character.
Me too.
Realizing he's a killer.
Yeah, I'm like, we're in the middle of season 5. Don't ruin him now.
Yeah.
We're almost in the home stretch here. Saeed's been good this entire time. Don't turn down the light that is Saeed Jarrah.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean and that's the thing. I feel like they've kind of left his original concept too, because originally he was a torturer. Not a killer. That's different from being a killer.
Yeah.
And I think they've kind of blurred the distinction there. And I think initially, he when he tortured Sawyer, it was for a reason. But nonetheless, he felt guilty about it and like exiled himself for doing it.
Yeah, totally.
And that Saeed is really shouldn't be lost, I don't think.
It seems like they tried to evolve him more, make the stakes higher. Now he's sort of killing instead of just torturing. But I don't think it should be left at I'm a killer. It's too simplistic.
Yeah.
I think more than probably most episodes with Saeed, he's really, really conflicted. And I think we see him. I feel like he has sort of new trains of thought he hasn't had before. The whole sort of purpose of what's going on here, and what does this mean in terms of the connection to what happens in the future. Like I think he's really sort of he's going through a bit of a mind fuck here. He doesn't the scenes with Sawyer don't play out how we want them to.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, cool. Sawyer's a security guy, and he can, can set up this thing and free him, or like we saw before, position him and however we want. But Saeed isn't going for it because he's on a different sort of train of thought, I think, in this episode.
Yeah.
Which leads him to the killer thing, which I think is maybe when he regains his senses, he'll realize he's not a killer, and that he's only killed to protect people and things like that. So
yeah. Okay, so next scene, maybe.
Yep.
Okay, so the next scene would go back to 1977. Back to, I guess, whatever you want to call it. Saeed sits in his cell. Young Ben comes in to the outside the monitor room. I don't know what to call that. And tells Phil that he has more food for Saeed. Phil says that he isn't eating and not to bother, but Ben insists, and so Phil lets him in. Ben brings a sandwich to Saeed and also gives him a book. Ben asks if Richard sent Saeed. Saeed looks up at the camera that's watching them, but Ben assures him it's video only. Ben tells Saeed about his first meeting with Richard, and he says that he can help Saeed.
All right.
So, boom. Lost. The first one.
So this was a pretty good scene. Short but good. The whole thing with Ben is interesting. I'm trying to find it in the transcript, this line here. What the hell is this? Oh. They formatted it weird.
Oh.
That's why I couldn't find it. All right. And if you're patient too, I think I can help you. I really like that line. And I think that, this is a setup for what Saeed does later. which is, when Sawyer tries to get him out of there, so he decides to be patient and let young Ben Linus come to the rescue. And it's almost like he's testing fate. He's testing what he knows about what Ben is capable of when he's an adult, and he's saying, this isn't any ordinary kid,
right?
And he sort of puts his faith in Ben, which is really weird, considering, what we get from the flashbacks and what, the stuff that they fill in about the time, when Ben was, Saeed was working with Ben.
Yeah.
We also get one of Ben's first lies, a very obvious lie, is that Horace told him to bring a sandwich. Which we get the truth later. Horace did not tell him to do, which made no sense. We talked about that before of, like, why is Ben the guy, what sense does that make, And it's nice to know that Ben just lied to Phil about that.
Yeah, he's just doing it on his own.
And Phil didn't feel the need, to, check that with Horace.
Yeah.
And that is covered by the fact that Sawyer says Phil is a dimwit. So
yeah.
Everything is nice and neat in this episode.
Yeah, which is kind of weird. That's not who I thought Phil was.
I wouldn't call Phil dimwit from what we've seen.
Yeah. That's not the sense I've gotten of his character. But
yeah,
I guess I mean these people don't really know who they're dealing with in Little Ben here, and Sawyer told Phil to get him some food. And I guess Phil thinks if this kid, was ordered by someone, or he's bringing the food, I guess he just thinks, who cares, let him do it. I don't think he really understands what this kid is planning to do.
Well, and just the idea of, he's supposed to be watching the monitors, when Ben goes in there, he can see them talking for extended periods of time. With Saeed not eating the sandwich, and it's just, sort of very simple things like, why, hey kid, this is a dangerous situation, this is a hostile, if Saeed was really dangerous, Ben comes to give him the sandwich, he gets too close to the jail cell, and Saeed grabs him and kills him.
Yeah.
Saeed could do that through the jail cell and handcuffed, very easily. So it is dangerous, and but of course it's a TV show, so Phil doesn't intervene because we want to see the scene, Phil. We want to see the scene.
Yeah, and I think the dimwit line is supposed to cover that somewhat.
Yeah. And maybe it's a red herring. Maybe Phil will figure something out, and we won't see it coming because we all expect him to be a dimwit.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly don't. I've always got my eye on Phil. I really feel like he's gonna. I feel like he would be one of the first people to realize what's going on.
He should be.
That's what I'm expecting.
Maybe he'll have a dream about it.
The way he's been portrayed.
Maybe he'll have a dream about it, and he'll see LaFleur behind the trash can.
Okay, sorry. That's a good second.
Now you get it.
What the fuck? Yeah. That would be really weird. I had this dream last night. There was this man, and he was causing it all.
Oh man. Yeah, maybe Lynch was trying to tell us that Jacob is the one behind the trash can.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Who knew?
It's all Jacob.
Wow.
Yep. Who knew?
Yeah, God. Oh, I wanted to say something else.
Yeah.
So he refers to the first meeting with Richard here, and they showed it in the previously on Lost montage, and I just want to say, like, it really stands out that that's the only time we've ever seen Richard not look the way he has in every other scene, past and future. We saw him in the 50s. We saw him in this, like, 3 years earlier than this, and then of course, later off the island and on the island, and he's always looked the same. except this one scene. And my hypothesis is that when they did that, I actually think originally they were trying to make him appear younger, and they wanted to use the same actor, and their way of doing that was to give him this hair and try to somehow hide, the fact that he wasn't. But he ended up not really looking younger at all, and I think I want to say at that point they decided to maybe go a different direction with his character, bring him in more and make him this thing that he is now, where he's like this constant that's always the same on the island, any time, when at whatever time period they're in. So that's my hypothesis about what's going on there.
But didn't we see Richard though in other time periods look the same before that?
No, I mean the only time we had seen Richard before that was
like when did he see Locke? Was that at?
That was last season. That was season 4.
Okay.
And by that point, I definitely think they had. So this was season 3.
Oh, that's right.
This scene was in season 3, The Man Behind the Curtain. The first time we saw him was Juliet's flashback, which was sort of like 2001 roughly, and he looked the same.
Yeah.
But it wasn't that long ago. And then we saw him on the island, where he looked the same. But that was the first flashback we had seen of him. From a significant time period ago, where he should potentially maybe look different if he's aging. And so anyway, I want to say that they didn't quite have the same plan in mind for him at the time, and that now that once they got that plan in place, they showed him the same wherever they were.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's definitely a mystery what sort of was going on there. Because yeah, he doesn't look younger. It's I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with that. Hopefully, it will make sense. It could be some horrible. They might come up with some ridiculous reason why that made sense for the time. Whatever sort of he was doing or whatever was going on. Yeah, that's an anomaly, definitely. Yeah, it really stands out. But they've been consistent since then, so yeah, I mean, I definitely think that they're open to making characters different from what they're originally envisioned, and so yeah, that's my theory. Okay, so anything else about this scene? No. I did, when he says, Ben says, did Richard send you? Like he really knows something. And then he goes, I think in any other situation it would have been like, Richard who? And then Ben wouldn't be able to answer. Because I don't think, does he know Richard's last name?
I don't think Richard told him his last name, but I don't remember. Probably not. Because
so many times when you hear Richard, you get Richard Alpert.
Yeah.
But Ben doesn't know that, so it would have been very, weird if Said was, testing him with that. And Ben would have been like, Richard Jenkins?
Richard Richardson?
Richard Hostile?
Richard
the fact
Ricardo?
that Ben sort of assumes that Richard is the leader. I mean, I don't remember their conversation explicitly, but I'm just thinking about some of these conclusions he came up with. I like to think about the camera that, sort of Said has to be reminded that it's not recording audio. Of course it's not recording audio. It's just a camera.
The thing that's weird, though, is they have shown them recording audio before.
Yeah.
Back in season 3 when they were on the Hydra, they had audio that they showed being recorded in the cages. Yeah, where Ben overhears Sawyer, sizing them up. And so, yeah, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibilities that they'd be recording audio, but
I think it's probably so that Phil doesn't get to hear what they're talking about.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know.
Yeah.
They should be recording audio.
Yeah, they didn't want to do that.
Yeah, this room is apparently the security office or something.
Yeah.
The
The
door says Dharma Security.
I was watching the video podcast, and they had a behind the scenes bit about the people who do the sets, and one of the people said that they had never really established an exterior for this security place, and so that, like, the idea, it's supposed to be underground, like you see people going downstairs into it. Yeah. But there's no clear indication of where or what this is supposed to look like on the outside. I just thought that was kind of weird. Like, there's this room and it's somewhere, but we don't know where it is or what it looks like. And it's just sort of a central location. Another thing I found out from there is that they actually the cell that Saeed's in actually widens from the previous episode because they were shooting more in there and they needed more room. So it's like wider than what they showed previously, which I thought was weird. Not something I would have noticed. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, it made me curious, like where or what this is supposed to look like on the outside. Yeah, I don't know. But they might never show it. This might be it for this thing.
Well, they don't have any more prisoners, so they might be done.
Yeah. Exactly. So, next scene?
Yeah.
Okay. The next scene is Moscow. I don't know. A man runs through a hallway into a room. He's pursued by someone, we know not who. He opens a safe and pulls out some money and offers it to the man who is Saeed. But Saeed just shoots him, not taking the money. And then Saeed leaves the building, goes outside, and meets up with Ben. Saeed asks Ben, "Where to now?" Ben tells Saeed, "We're done." That Saeed is taking care of everyone who posed a threat to his friends. Saeed is reluctant to accept this, but Ben just leaves.
All right.
Yeah.
This was a weird scene.
Yes, it was.
The Ben Saeed exchange was very strange.
Yes. This coupled with the later Ben Saeed scene forms what is supposed to be, I feel like, sort of the core of Saeed's feelings about Ben and what leads him to do what he does at the end. Mm-hmm. But it's very ambivalent. I can't quite identify what Saeed's so upset about. You know, it's very vague. I'm not really sure. What his feelings about all this are, and it's not quite clear to me, because Ben here says, "You're done," and he sort of like doesn't want to be done. Seemingly, like he finds it hard to believe that they're just done and that's it. And Ben leaves, and it seems like he's just sort of upset that Ben is just leaving him.
Yeah, I think to a degree he is. I mean, I think he sort of had a purpose the last however long this is that he's killing people, and I think Ben puts him in this situation. I mean, Ben could have said, "Hey, this guy you're going to kill is your last. After this, we're parting ways. Have a good hunt or whatever." Yeah. He didn't do that. He waited till Saeed thought there'd be more, and then says, "Oh, by the way, he got the rug pulled from under him." And I think he sort of doesn't have a purpose, and it's just weird, when he asks Ben, what am I supposed to do now? And it's like, why are you asking Ben for that?
Yeah, you really want Ben to tell you what to do with your life?
And then he says, the whole thing about there's nobody else left to kill in Widmore, which is I think a pretty startling revelation in terms that Saeed just sort of, out of the X number of people who were targets in Widmore, they're gone now. Like he just sort of decimated a whole, all these guys in this organization, which seems like a pretty big undertaking. So that's kind of weird.
Yeah, so is that, do we believe Ben when he says that? Or is that,
I believe him.
All
I
part
think,
of the plan somehow?
And
were these people really Widmore's people? I mean, there's a lot of things that I thought we'd find out here that we don't.
Yeah.
Who was the economist? We still don't really know. I guess he's supposed to be Widmore. Ben sort of openly says that these are Widmore's people, and I guess we didn't exactly know that yet, so that's something. But still, it really seems like the nature of this work is really hazy. Why does Ben want to kill them? Do they actually pose any threat to the Oceanic Six? Is he really done? What really happened with Nadia?
Yeah, there's still a lot of questions.
All that stuff is. I really thought this was a chance to kind of seal that up, and they really didn't. It's sort of as unclear as ever.
And he says, you're the one that asked for their names. But didn't Ben come to him and say... I mean, that's the whole thing. This whole thing started with Nadia's death.
Yeah.
And he's upset about that. And then Ben uses that to propel him into this whole thing, right?
Yeah, Saeed does ask, when he kills the first guy, and then he says, who's next? And so Saeed sort of does, but then, of course, they cut to Ben smiling he intended for that to happen, and so he sort of manipulated Saeed into asking for what he wants him to do.
To make it seem like it's his choice.
Yeah, exactly. The classic con thing.
And then he can now later throw it back in his face.
Right.
Not take any responsibility. It's a good maneuver.
It is, yeah, and definitely classic Ben.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's weird, and I guess I just don't understand Ben. Ben is just he's so slippery. I just can never grasp him. Every time I think I understand him, he just confounds me.
Oh, that Benjamin Linus. Well, I mean, I think he just wanted Saeed to, kill these guys for him. Saeed is an expert killer, apparently, and
yeah,
he just wanted these guys. I mean, it's funny. The next scene, when he comes to find Saeed after Locke is, murdered. He comes back and almost everything he says is a lie.
Right.
Almost everything he says is either a lie or half truth, and it's he's definitely manipulating the entire situation again.
Yeah. Yeah, and in that scene we're in a position to know some of that. I guess here, we really don't know enough to know, exactly what's going on here. Who these people really were and why he wanted them dead and all that stuff.
It seems to me, what's weird to me, and the question I'd be asking if I was Saeed is why not just kill Widmore?
Yeah.
Why? I feel like Saeed should be asking why isn't Widmore one of the targets? If it's his organization that poses a threat, why kill all these guys and not just go for the guy at the top?
Right.
Who's responsible for all this? So it's weird that Saeed never seemed to ask that question or to think that, that made any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And that's a little strange. He sort of, there wasn't any proof of who these guys were or what they did or.
Right.
These guys could have been accountants or. They could have been, just because you work at Widmore's organization doesn't mean much. I'm sure he has a lot of people in different things going on,
Yeah, and they're not all, part, they're not, I doubt they're all part of his, whatever
plan to get to the island.
grand scheme is. Yeah. Like, he's got a lot of stuff going on, and I mean, we saw his office. Like, he's got just like ordinary people working there. Just like accountants or like whatever. Secretaries or people responsible for paperwork, filing, people working in the mail room. Like, there's no way they're all to blame.
And it was all these sort of like international people.
Yeah, and that's the part that that I'd like to know. I just like to know, or that what the story is. I just like that filled in a little bit.
Well, we'll probably get it. I think we'll get it.
Yeah, we probably will. I guess Saeed's
storyline isn't done, and there's still more there. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I just feel like we're getting close. I feel like we're getting to the point where, the next Saeed episode or the one after that could be the last one. And I don't know. Isn't it time to clear up all that stuff? I mean, how late are they going to leave that? I guess I don't really know how much it matters, but at a certain point, I'm expecting them to kind of clear some of this stuff up. So I don't know.
Yeah, hopefully they will.
Yeah,
I mean, there's time.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so next scene.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to need... Oh, I meant to look... okay, so the next scene we go back to 1977. Horace comes in to visit Saeed's cell, and he has a pair of... What are those things called?
Like clippers?
Yeah. I want to give him a name. I couldn't think of what the name was. But yeah, little clipper, strong clipper things. And he cuts off Saeed's handcuffs.
Fingers. Oh.
Sorry.
Damn it.
Yeah. We all thought he just might start snipping all kinds of stuff off.
Yeah, Horace was really going to cut his fingers off. Yep, I thought.
They love that. They will not hesitate to milk a scene for anything they can get out of it.
Oh, totally.
And that's the thing. Horace can't really... I feel like Horace can't sustain that at this point from what we know about him.
No.
Like, it's different with Abaddon. I feel like Abaddon's enough of an enigma that you could kind of pull that off.
Yeah.
But with Horace, we know too much, and he just can't... I never bought it when they were vaguely suggesting that he might use these to do some kind of awful thing to Saeed. I was just like, no.
Yeah.
I don't buy it, guys. I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, the handcuffs, which are, I guess, the plastic kind, so that he can cut them off with these. Horace introduces himself. Radzinski's also there. Horace questions Saeed about the handcuffs and what they mean. Saeed does not answer. Horace says in an hour, if Saeed doesn't answer, then he will take this to the next level. And scene.
Yeah, the suspense at the beginning when he's got the clippers and he's like, hold out your hand, like,
yeah,
dude, like, yeah, it's so bad. It's just, and it's Horace.
I know, exactly.
This is Horace.
That's what
He is not a torturer, all right?
No.
And of course, you would threaten to cut off fingers before you actually cut off fingers. So,
absolutely. Yeah.
So yeah, the whole thing with the plastic cuffs. We were asking in that last podcast about Saeed and what they're going to do to get his cuffs off, and because we were all assuming they were metal cuffs.
Yeah, we were.
But they're like these ridiculous plastic cuffs. Which I mean, the fact that Alana's a bounty hunter, I guess makes me think that makes a little bit more sense. But I feel like even a bounty hunter would have regular handcuffs. But I think it works well for their story.
It does, yeah. Yeah, it definitely works. They do have those. I've seen these, like, plastic handcuffs.
Yeah.
I think they use these sometimes because I've seen them. And they're just like those things you tie cables with.
Yeah, and you just have to get them cut off, right? There's no key or anything, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're not reusable. Very wasteful.
Yeah, it just seems like, why would you, I mean, if your business is handcuffing people, wouldn't you want handcuffs? If that's part of your, I don't know why you.
Yeah.
Maybe plastic's the new metal or something, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that kind of, I don't know. But they did address that point. Huh?
Yeah.
They made more of a deal of it than I thought they would. I kind of thought they would just sweep that under the rug, but they actually made that a key issue that he had to explain why he was in the handcuffs.
What is with Brzezinski in this model, man? I mean,
oh God,
honestly,
he will not shut up about the model.
Honestly, they are really making me not like him. He is
irritating.
He's like the new Frogurt, you know?
He really is. He is exactly like.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out who he reminded me of. It's fucking Frogurt.
It's Frogurt, man.
Why is Brzezinski the same as Frogurt? That's terrible.
I think next episode they're gonna have Brzezinski arguing about the model, and he's gonna get a model in his chest. He's gonna get a swan hatch launched to his chest. Yeah, he's definitely in the obnoxious category and irritating category. And if they keep going with it without getting to a point, he's just gonna be really upsetting. And
they haven't given him any redeeming qualities.
There's no redeeming qualities.
That's the thing about Frogurt. Like, you can have characters be annoying. Like, Charlie was annoying sometimes.
Arntz was annoying.
Yeah, absolutely.
But was interesting.
Yeah, but he wasn't all annoying all the time.
Yeah.
That's where it gets to be too much. Even Nikki and Paolo, were better than this.
And not only just annoying, but even, I guess, more so than Frogurt maybe, was just one-track-minded. He's got one complaint, and that's all he wants to talk about all the time. The model.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a spy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
It is weird. Because it's so not how I envisioned the character from what little we knew about him.
No.
And it's really just disappointing. I want him to be better than this.
Yeah.
And, it's... I think
they could have made Phil Brzezinski and Brzezinski Phil. I think I would have liked it. I would have liked it more.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Phil is. He hasn't been as annoying.
Yeah. That's the thing. Like Phil is a little bit annoying, but nothing like this.
Yeah.
Nothing like this, and definitely more like cunning. Seeming, I agree. That would have been better. Because the role Phil has just isn't as interesting or important as Brzezinski seems to be. But he's still the more interesting character.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Kelvin shot him because he was so obnoxious.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm ready to believe that now. Like, I don't want to shoot this guy. Shut up about the model.
Yeah.
Ugh. Enough.
Yeah, it's a little much. It's like every scene he's in, he's just totally...
You're right. That's all he ever says.
That's all he ever says.
God. It's exhausting. Yeah. Oh, man.
And it's like, why aren't you at the flame station, homeboy? Like, shouldn't you be looking for a plane or, like, go do something interesting? Like, why is he always around anyway?
Yeah.
He's not part of the security team, right?
No, I guess we're supposed to believe he's so upset about this model that he's just personally invested in dealing with the Saeed situation, and he's just going to hang around until that's dealt with. And basically for him, dealing with it is killing him.
Well, if this was all a plan to the others to get, if Saeed was really hostile, this would be a great plan in terms of you send Saeed in, they capture him, Brzezinski's paranoid about this model thing, so he leaves the flame. No one's guarding the flame. Hey, others, why don't you guys come in and, ransack the flame or something?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It's a great diversion,
I wasn't even thinking about the flame, but yeah, he did seem to be the only person there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the cows are watching it now. Maybe the cows will alert.
Oh.
They'll moo when they see another.
That would be good. Probably wouldn't help much, but I'd appreciate the cows more.
Yeah.
If they could do that. All right, so
I have something to talk about for the Horace's last line, but it's more in terms of what happens in the next scene, so I'll wait.
Oh, okay. All right, so in the next scene we go to Sawyer and Juliet's house. Juliet's bacon is burning. She
It sounds like some sort of metaphor.
It really does.
With bacon's burning. Oh, that's weird.
She looks out the window. She tells Sawyer that
her strips are sizzling.
Yeah. She tells Sawyer that playing house is over. She looks at Kate and Jack out the window. Sawyer assures her that nothing has changed and that Saeed won't say anything. Horace knocks and comes in. He tells Sawyer that Saeed won't talk and he will have to take Saeed to Oldham. Sawyer says, "Let me talk to him alone."
Dun, dun, dun.
Hey.
Oh, he'll talk to me, goddammit. Bullshit.
This is James Get Her Done LaFleur you're talking to here.
Yeah. It's weird because this scene had a couple of moments, and this is one where there's sort of one tone that we're supposed to be getting, but then it's weird because he's like, oh, he'll talk to me like I'm gonna, he's gonna bust it, which he does. He almost busts in the door, but it's to go talk to his old friend Saeed,
right?
Who they trust, and it's like it's not that he's gonna use aggression to get the job done.
He says it like that's what he's gonna do.
Yeah, which is interesting.
Yeah.
But the thing I wanted to mention in terms of sort of the structure and how they could have played this off. In the previous scene, we see Saeed not saying anything to Horace, and Horace saying, I'm going to give you an hour to decide, and then I'm going to take this to the next level. And then in the next scene, we get Juliet concerned about what Saeed might say, and then Sawyer says, well, he won't say anything, and of course, they both know who Saeed is, and that if anyone won't say anything in a torture, or interrogation situation, Saeed is high on the list.
Yeah. And
so that sort of reassures them, and then the very next moment is Horace coming in and saying there's a problem, and he's like, what? Did he say something? And he goes, no, he didn't say anything. And it's this weird, emotional, thing where the drama should have been, or ordinarily would have been, we would have been in this, the previous scene, we see Horace interrogating Saeed, and we cut before we see, Saeed not really say anything. And then, and then we cut to this scene where Juliet's concerned about what Saeed might say. Sawyer reassures her. Horace comes in and says, we have a problem. You think, oh, no, is the jig up? Because that's kind of the idea is, oh, my God, is the jig up? What did Saeed say? But we know he didn't say anything. And Sawyer just, so they could have played this like, oh, crap,
Yeah.
And so that's when he's like, oh, did he say something? And Horace is like, dun, 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 nothing.
Right.
And it's like, oh, okay, that's what we thought.
But it doesn't play like that because we already know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I guess that's an example of the opposite of them, failing to milk it for the drama that should be there.
Yeah, they didn't really milk it for the. I think because they wanted it to be about the next level thing.
Yeah.
And now, and of course, And they still could have the thing with Sawyer deciding to take over, but I think they wanted to go on the next level thing. But it would have been interesting to. I think there's definitely other times when they've gone with the suspense of is the jig up kind of a thing.
Yeah. But the downside to this is there's not really any suspense about whether Saeed said anything or not.
Yeah.
And that's.
It's weird because the rhythm is there, but it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, he didn't say anything. We know that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just sort of like you could just change some of the words and have like everything else the same and actually have that work. They're all set up to do it.
Yeah, exactly. The setup is there, but
Yeah.
So that's interesting. The thing about Juliet saying she never thought they'd actually come back was interesting.
Which I think is kind of understandable. I mean, after 3 years, I would maybe start to feel that way.
Yeah.
If you're in the 70s and
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, she definitely shouldn't have had any reason to believe they'd come back to the 70s.
Yeah.
Even if they came back to the island, it's like, well,
exactly.
We're stuck in time.
Yeah. Yeah. What are the odds? But she doesn't know what the island wants, or the destiny, or any of that.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Or what Jacob wants, or whatever all this is supposed to be.
And Julia gives this great look when, she's sort of staring out the window at what, Jack and Kate or something. And, while her bacon is burning. And
wink, wink.
Yeah, exactly. And then Sawyer comes over and is like, what are you looking at? And this look that she sort of gives towards him when he's walking over, she sort of doesn't want him to see obviously what she's looking at, but she sort of can't stop. And if you look at that little part, the little expression she gives, I think is pretty great. Elizabeth Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen, once again.
The Emmy deserving, if not winning.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, no, she's good. I agree.
Yeah, she is good. All right,
I didn't really notice that, but I'll have to.
Take a look.
Take a look.
It's a certain look she gives when it's like right when he's sort of walking over to see what she's looking at. Next thing?
Yes. Okay, let's see. In the next scene, did I want to say anything? I guess not. So in the next scene, is this the right next scene? Yeah. Sawyer tells, this is coming off. I'll go talk to him. Let me talk to him alone. So Sawyer marches in and tells Phil to take his lunch, and goes in to see Saeed. Saeed tells Sawyer about Lil Ben, and Sawyer reveals that he's aware of Ben, but can't do anything about it. Sawyer goes into Saeed's cell and hits him, and then tells him the plan. Sawyer's plan is to say that Saeed confessed to being a defector from the hostiles, and then to have Saeed live there with the Dharma people as they are. Saeed doesn't want to do that and just wants to be let go. But Sawyer wants to continue the life that he's built there. So Saeed says he's on his own then.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hitting him before telling the plan was interesting.
Yeah. They've done that a lot. I feel like you can make a montage of characters like apologizing and hitting someone for some reason that's other than pure violence.
It's like, I'm sorry for what? Boom.
Yeah.
Why'd you do that? Oh, because of this reason.
Yeah. I had to because blah 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 blah. Yeah. Yeah, it's not just on Lost, but they've definitely used that a lot.
Yeah.
So what do you think about, I don't know, this part of the story sort of surprised me. I guess, like, what does Saeed want to, do you think that, because I feel like the way this script goes, I feel like Saeed hasn't made up his mind what he wants to do yet. Like, do you think he knows what he wants to do at this point?
Well, I think it's surprising that he's like, when he was like, why in God's name would I want to live here?
Is that what he says? Wow.
Yeah. Well, yeah, basically that's what he says. And I'm like, yeah, I guess. I mean, I think he just wants to be let go so he can go into the jungle and presumably go to the beach and realize there's nothing there, and then sort of just live on his own. And I mean, I don't think he really has a plan. I think he wants to go try to figure it out. But I also think that he doesn't sort of want to stay there with them. It's interesting because I think, he should, being on his own in this situation isn't really sort of the wise choice. So they are sort of playing it, I think, a little bit counter to what we expect from this setup.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, I guess I expect him to, even if he doesn't want to stay there, I expect him to go along with it and just bide his time and, figure something out.
If, it's not unreasonable to think that Saeed couldn't, defect and join Dharma and sneak onto or be allowed to get on a sub at some near future point,
mm-hmm.
and sort of, just the idea that he could leave that way. So I don't particularly know what he wants to do. But he seems to want to be on his own. I don't know. I think he's really disillusioned, and I think that's what they're trying to get across here. I think he's sort of disillusioned with his purpose, I guess, or things like that. So it's
yeah.
I don't really think he's thinking rationally, and compared to what we know of him before. But
yeah, that's the thing. I feel like in the past, he, in general, I would say his purpose was to get off the island.
Mm-hmm.
And so, whatever was going on in the moment, he always had some kind of goal to work towards. But it does seem like here he doesn't, at this point, know exactly what he should be trying to do. He's found himself in the 70s back on the island, and there's sort of no clear path for him to take from there.
Yeah.
So I sort of understand that, but at the same time, I guess I automatically expect him to just, go along with the advantages that present themselves. The fact that
Sawyer specifically says, he set up that. So in case of this situation,
Right.
And that's the thing I really didn't like about how the conversation sort of shifted towards the end here when, he says, this was weird to me. He says, you're going to offer me some intel and the others in exchange for living with us. So he says, why in God's name would I want to do that? Sawyer says, what the hell else am I supposed to do with you? Saeed says, let me go. Sawyer says, and then what? I can't just let you go. So Saeed says, why not? So Saeed says, why can't you just let me go? And then Sawyer makes it about, the fact that he's built his life there and that the others trust him, blah, 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 that would all be gone away. Whereas the other idea of why can't you let me go is, what would Saeed be allowed to do when he's not with Dharma? I was thinking maybe Sawyer was going to say, I can't just let you go roaming through the jungle with, we've got the hostiles are out there,
mm-hmm.
They could kill you. There's sort of like the same reason he sort of gave to sort of Jack Hayden Hurley. It's just like there's sort of no, it's not like in the future when you can be on the island and sort of relatively be okay. Which I guess, a lot of people weren't okay, they died. But
well,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So it was weird when the conversation sort of went that way instead of the other way. I thought was specifically about okay, if I can't, Saeed is saying, I don't want to stay here, I want you to let me go. Why can't you sort of let me not stay here? Specifically, so it's interesting that Sawyer makes it about this whole trusting, because they could have done the same thing. I mean, Sawyer could have, in this scene, he could do what he wants to do later, which is have Saeed pretend to escape, knock him out, take the keys, and leave.
Right.
Which, but so that's what's kind of weird is.
Yeah, I guess I feel like at this point he's worried about being found out if he lets Saeed go, and I guess at a certain point I think he decides he's willing to put it on the line and let Saeed go and hope for the best, But I think he wants to not do that if he can.
Mhm.
Because he's worried that
Well, but that's the thing. Like, if Saeed doesn't want to stay there, and there's a plausible reason that he could sort of escape, then I don't see the problem with that. And I guess that's fine that he sort of comes to that conclusion later, but the idea that it's like you either, there should be three options: join us, stay here in the jail cell and see what happens, or I'll let you go and you can escape.
Mhm.
And he sort of doesn't get all those options, which is interesting. Until later, he gets the option to sort of be on his own and escape. But
yeah,
and then he turns it down from Sawyer.
Right.
So so it's
yeah.
It's
By
weird.
the time Sawyer offers, he doesn't want that anymore.
Yeah.
He's changed his mind about what he wants to do. He's found this mission to take up.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but it still works.
Yeah. Okay, so next scene?
Yeah.
Okay. Hurley brings Jack and Kate some food in the, mess hall or something like that. Hurley asked about Saeed. Jack didn't get any information out of Sawyer. Sawyer just told him to let him do his job. Kate says she'll talk to Juliet. Hurley says the outcome will be the same because they are together. This comes as a revelation to Kate, and it gets awkward, and Hurley leaves the table. Kate asks Jack if he knew, and he says, yeah.
Great line, Jack. Great line. Yeah. Jack is weird, man. Jack is he's sort of weird in these episodes.
Yeah. It's kind of weird to have Jack be so
ambivalent.
Ambivalent and just like removed from the center of the action. Like he's really on the outside here.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of passively going along with it. And it's weird. Yeah,
it's like Kate says. She's like, "What do you mean you don't know?"
I know.
How do you not know what's going on?
Exactly. If
That's
Jack
the first time
know,
that's happened. Yeah.
What's the point? I mean, well, nobody should know.
Yeah. Hurley's thing was weird. I didn't get there's two things he said. One was about it was really obvious. Who couldn't see that coming? That whole thing. So I didn't get if he was saying if you just think about Sawyer and Juliet being on the island for 3 years, you would naturally assume they would get together, or if he's saying after they got there, I didn't understand at which point it's obvious.
Yeah. I thought he meant the second thing. From what they'd seen, it was obvious. Not just if you put them together for 3 years on an island, it clearly must happen. But that interpretation would make sense. It just didn't occur to me.
Yeah, and then there's something else he said.
If he really thinks that.
I don't have the transcript.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's when he says, they're together, like you two were. And what was the line he said? Do you remember? He said, you two were, I think he says, you two were. And I didn't understand which two he meant.
I think he means Jack and Kate.
Okay, yeah, but I didn't know if he meant Jack, like Kate and Sawyer were sort of together, or like, or Jack and Juliet.
No, I assume by you two he means the you two at the table, and he's talking about the fact that they were engaged off the island.
Oh, that's what he's talking about.
I think that's, and they were living together in the same fashion at one point. So.
Okay. I forgot about that whole.
Yeah.
But does Hurley know that stuff?
I think, Hurley does know that. Yeah.
Wasn't he in the institution the whole time?
He was, but they talked about it in the dialogue when Jack visits him. It's clear that that Hurley knows.
Mm. All right, that makes sense. I just didn't know. I'm like, there's a couple of relationships here. Yeah.
He could definitely be referring to at least two other possible couples. But none of them really lived together for an extended period of time except Jack and Kate. So I assume that's who he means.
Yeah. It's interesting that Hurley is working in the cafeteria.
Yeah.
And they have the logo on his uniform is like a chef hat. With
really?
In the middle, it's a chef hat with a fork and a knife under it.
So
is
that a Dharma logo?
I nominate that for the most ridiculous Dharma logo ever.
Does it say Dharma?
I don't think it says. Let me look online. I didn't get a good shot. I don't think it says Dharma.
I gotta look at this now. Let me see. Oh, look.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Wow. They really,
It's like, why?
They really pushed it with that one.
Why? I think, it's making the logos less important.
Oh, yeah. If they'll just slap one on for anything, it's...
Yeah.
It looks to me like it doesn't say Dharma, but some of them don't, so...
yeah, it seems like the lower ones kind of don't sometimes. Depends.
Yeah. Jack's just got like a plain one.
Yeah, he's just a workman.
Oh.
You think he should have like a mop and a broom, right?
Yeah.
Broom
yeah,
and
that would make
dustpan or
sense.
something.
They didn't put any time into the... Oh, God.
Yeah.
A little mop and a broom. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, you're right. The logos are they're just silly at a certain point.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know. I wanted it to matter more. To have more importance, that they wouldn't just slap a logo on anything. But, God, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't find out what Hurley's, I guess we find out what Kate's assignment is, too, here.
Yeah.
He's I don't know, kitchen man or whatever.
It's weird to me because I feel like, doesn't he have issues with food and stuff? It just that whole thing,
that was so season 2.
It's weird to me that they put him back with like this food thing. Why is there no better place for Hurley to go than like to the kitchen? Like, I don't know, be the chef.
Yeah, I agree. That's a little too much. But it does seem like whatever his issues with food were, he's just moved on. He just sort of accepted that he eats a lot of food and it's bad for him, and he just isn't upset about it anymore. That's the only difference.
So Gross's line in this scene was, what was it? Yeah, try the syrup. It really brings out the ham.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, what? Oh, God. It really brings out... It's not like it brings out the flavor of the ham. It brings out the ham. It's so weird. Yeah, it really
that reminds me of a line from Twin Peaks about ham and maple syrup.
Oh, really?
Something like nothing like the taste sensation when maple syrup collides with ham.
I guess that's a thing.
Yeah, it seems like that's a thing.
Ham and syrup.
Ham and syrup. I've never had it. Never really liked ham, so wouldn't put it with syrup. Wouldn't eat it anyway.
I'm not a ham fan anymore, but back in the day, I'm sure I've had some waffles or pancakes with syrup, and there was ham, and I can imagine that taste. But it's funny that's a thing. Like you'll be missing something from your breakfast if you don't experience the pleasure that is ham and syrup.
Yeah. Thanks, Hurley. We count on you for those food-based observations.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jack's line about in case says, "Did you know?" and he's like, "Yeah."
And scene.
Like no further explanation needed. Wow, thanks, Jack.
Yeah, that's all Jack had to say. Yeah.
Not
there you go. Now I get a whole shot of it. It definitely doesn't say Dharma.
Yeah.
Anyway, not that matters.
Yeah, it's just like no. I was thinking he'd be like, "Yeah, I just found out last night," or it came to it as a surprise to me. It's just like Kate just gets really left feeling like she's the only one who didn't know, and it's just like he's like, "Yeah, I knew."
And Jack does nothing to sort of alleviate that.
Yeah.
It's just and we're done. All right. On that note, let's get out of here.
Well, on that note, let's go to the next scene.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay, so in the next scene, we see Roger, Linus, Ben's dad, show up right outside Saeed's cell. Roger says that Saeed's dumb to be captured by these idiots, but Saeed fires back that he's cleaning up for them. Ben comes in to bring Saeed a sandwich, which he now claims is for Roger, his dad. Ben is clearly afraid. Roger doesn't believe it. Roger pushes Ben around and gets Ben to admit that the sandwich was for Saeed and sends him away. Roger then throws the sandwich and exits.
What a scene.
What a scene.
I still want to question if Saeed is actually eating these sandwiches from young Ben Linus. I just don't think he should be eating them. I just don't think he should be. It was so weird to me too when at the end when Roger, after the whole thing with Ben, he makes him leave and Roger throws Saeed's sandwich on the ground and leaves. And I'm like, man, you just got to come back and clean that up.
Yeah. Oops.
It's a little ineffective when you're the one, you make a mess and now you've got to clean it up. It's like it's like Locke throwing dishes and then calming himself and then picking them up and cleaning up the mess he made. It's just
sort of
little,
extra pathetic.
Yeah. It's just
because I've made my point, and now we'll clean this up because that's my job.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Roger throws the sandwich and then he walks out and closes the door and then he waits 5 seconds and comes in and cleans up.
Exactly. I think I've made my point here.
Yeah, and now back to my job.
Yeah, that's weird. That's where the drama kind of gets in the way of the reality.
Yeah,
because it's sort of a punchline for him to throw it, but
I'm wondering if we're supposed to believe that Roger doesn't really clean up there so much as he just wanted an excuse to talk to Saeed. Because it gets kind of what it and of course he catches Ben.
Yeah. That's the real reason they bring him in.
Yeah, that is the real reason. But. Yeah, we see Ben lying very astutely at a young age. He almost passes that off. I made it for you. I think the fact that he, sort of never made Dad a sandwich is what gets him, in trouble. But
I was just thinking about this scene. from a previous episode that's really like this. It's the flashback from The Other Woman with Juliet and Goodwin, and Juliet showing Ben some slides, and Goodwin comes in with food for Juliet, but he claims that he's bringing it for Ben when Ben's there. I just realized how similar that was to this scene.
Totally.
That's really weird, because that was Ben, like, in the reverse position.
So
I don't know.
I want to see that scene again and have Ben know that Goodwin's lying, because Ben told that when he was 14 or whatever.
I know, yeah. Yeah, it seems so, like, I don't know, cyclical or something.
That's
weird.
like the shooting yourself to make it look like the person escaped thing.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, that was a big deal. But yeah, I thought it was weird that they'd actually used that whole setup before.
Mm-hmm.
It hadn't occurred to me until you said that Ben was lying about who it was, and he almost pulls it off. I was like, that's a weird scheme, but they've used it before. It's a thing.
Ooh, what episode was that?
The Other Woman.
The Other Woman. I'm wondering. Let's see.
From season 4, episode. Let's see. Can I come up with a number? I'm gonna say 6.
Yep, you're right.
Okay. Woo.
You can keep your job. I was just trying to see if it was written by the same people, and it's not.
I don't think it was. Yeah.
Interesting. Anything else in this scene?
Nah. Ready for the next scene?
Yep, ready.
Okay, so in the next scene, we go to Santo Domingo. Saeed is building some kind of structure, as we saw him earlier in the season, and Ben shows up. Ben tells Saeed that Locke is dead, and he thinks that he was murdered as retribution for what Saeed was doing. Ben says that Saeed is in danger, and tells Saeed that a man is watching Hurley in the institution. Saeed figures that Ben wants him to kill this man, and asks Ben why he thinks that Saeed would want to do that. Ben tells him that it is in his nature to be a killer. Saeed tells him that he doesn't like killing, so Ben apologizes and walks away.
Yeah, we don't have the transcript, but I was going to go through line by line and point out which of Ben's lines were lies and which was the truth. Because,
yeah, that would be good. God, I wish we did have the transcript.
So much of what he said was just not the truth.
One obvious lie is about Locke. We know what happened to Locke.
He goes, I think Locke was murdered. That's a lie. You know Locke was murdered.
Yeah.
It's like, the retribution for the, no, not really.
Afraid not.
Yeah.
I don't think you killed him as retribution for what you were doing.
Yeah.
That would be really weird.
Yeah. Oh, and then the line about Saeed says, how did you find me? And Ben says, I looked. Well, that's kind of a lie. You say before that, he said before he has a man watching Saeed, so that's how he knew where he was.
I didn't, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like all these little lies.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely lying here, and like, this is basically part 2 of the, Ben-Saeed relationship that's developed here, and again, I wonder exactly what the issue is. Like, does Saeed just not trust him? Does he just think he's lying? Or is it really just that he doesn't want to work for Ben anymore and that he's sort of moved on? Like, how does he take this? And then another thing is, what is Ben's motivation to sit here and, like, tell Saeed, you're a killer? And, I don't quite understand why he does that. Like, does he really think that that's going to motivate Saeed to do what he wants? I mean, I guess it works, but it just seems odd for Ben to stand there and sort of pass judgment on him.
Well, the thing he does here, if I remember correctly, is he tells Saeed that these men are dangerous, and basically they're watching Hugo, and so it's like the beginning scene. You got Saeed in a situation where he gets to kill to protect, and so Ben basically gives him those two things: A, here's someone he's protecting, and B, you're a killer. His motivation for saying that, it's a little weird.
Why not say because you want to help your friends, or something that doesn't come off.
He's already used that, and I think maybe he's betting on the fact that Saeed's had time to mull over what he's done before working with Ben. He shouldn't be able to use that same thing exactly, but maybe he's hoping, Saeed has come to that conclusion or something, or feels bad about what he did, and I don't really know.
Yeah, it's just like Ben is asking him to do these things, and it just, this is where it just kind of seems contrived. It seems like he's got to say this here so that Saeed can have his line later.
Yeah, and it's also like, why would Saeed sort of ever work for Ben again? He really should not want to work for him anymore.
Right.
He was lamenting the fact that he worked for him the first time.
Yeah.
And
that's a strange thing. He doesn't exactly work for him. Like, he sort of does it, but he continues to sort of not want to go along with Ben's plans. He's just like, okay, I'll go rescue Hurley, but I'm still not with Ben. Mm-hmm. He still sort of sticks to that. He wants to protect him, but somehow not be under Ben's control.
Yeah.
But he ends up doing what Ben wanted him to do anyway. So, it doesn't.
The whole thing with Saeed after this is weird. The whole thing when he is rescuing Hurley and killing all the guys and.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
What?
This is where we find out about this is supposed to be the dirty linen. What we find out in this episode. And I don't know what the dirty linen is.
What's the dirty linen? What was the line again?
Remember where they said they had dirty linen?
I don't remember the line though.
It was something about. Yeah, I don't remember exactly. It was something about we can take care of the dirty linen later, or now's not the time for the dirty linen, or
let's not wash our clothes right now.
Yeah, something like that. I remember it being dirty linen.
The washer's full. I'll get the next one.
Yeah.
I'm all out of quarters. Do you have any?
It was a very extended laundry metaphor, I'm sure. Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't separate my colors from my. Let's see. So he says.
Yeah, and
you have friends in trouble. Let's get them to safety and save the dirty linen for later.
There you go.
So this is in response to Ben saying he'll go deal with Hugo. I guess he's in jail at this point, and Saeed says, "I'm not letting you go anywhere near." See, it's weird that he comes off thinking Ben wants to hurt Hurley, and we've seen no evidence of that.
Right.
Right? Why? And then that's the whole thing where Saeed tells Hurley not to trust Ben. It's like, it's weird. I feel like something is missing here. We still haven't seen the thing that makes all this sort of work.
Yeah, I feel like this is supposed to be about the dirty linen, but I still don't really know what the dirty linen is.
Maybe the dirty linen is that he shot little Ben. Oh, but Saeed should know that.
He should know that. Yeah.
Maybe the dirty linen is
is the dirty linen that Ben didn't want him to kill people anymore, or is the dirty linen that Ben called him a killer, or is the dirty linen that he doesn't trust Ben, he thinks he's lying about stuff, he sort of doubts his whole mission in the first place. I really thought they would make clear what it was that he was upset about.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. The whole thing later when if I see you again, it'd be a pleasure for the both of us. And
okay, yeah, we gotta talk about that. That's that's the whole
a little
thing.
Weird.
And then also, I still want to know about the people who. There were people there
Yeah.
Like, are we supposed to think that they're all, I mean, because Ben lies about Locke. Like, we know for sure that he lied about Locke.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you assume he's lying about most things, but, like, that's one that's verified. And since he attributes Locke's murder to Widmore, you know, and to what they were doing, you know,
Mm-hmm.
like, are we supposed to then infer that all this stuff that he's attributing to Widmore is actually his? Like, is actually under his control?
What's with Saeed, man? I mean, like, why would you even believe that as a plausible reason for Locke to die? Like, Locke comes to you in a wheelchair, you know, some short period of time before, you know, Ben gets there. You know, you're Saeed. Locke comes to you, says, you know, miraculously left the island or whatever he says to him, and he's trying to bring people back, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You know, it's already crazy. And then Ben comes and says, yeah, these guys killed Locke in relationship between what we were doing.
Right.
You know, what Ben and Saeed were doing, that makes no sense. Locke had nothing to do with it. Why kill Locke of all people? You know, I don't understand what the rationale Saeed makes to even believe that.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea.
And then why go after Hurley, you know, and it's just like, unless
I mean, I guess, like, Widmore's people could know, you know, that.
See, it seems like they're operating on the belief that, you know, from the Keamy Widmore boat thing of they just want to kill everybody.
Yeah.
And that's just not what Widmore wants.
Right.
You know, and that's what's weird is, yeah, and then the whole thing about the guy, you know, these people who they've been killing and the people watching Hurley.
Yeah, like, was that guy outside Hurley's institution supposed to be Ben's guy, and he just set him up there?
I think it could have been Ben's guy. I don't think Widmore is necessarily watching Hurley. Doesn't make any sense to me. I think. I mean,
the fact that he lies about Locke and attributes it to Widmore, like, you know, it calls that into question. But it just seems like, I don't know. It just seems like I just wanted a little more clarity on what we're supposed to think about that.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, how long are they going to kind of push us, you know, before they really tell us what that was about?
I think maybe when they get to Hurley's backstory and what brought him there, maybe it'll shed a little bit of light on that.
I see. Yeah, okay.
Maybe.
So, yeah. Like, I didn't really believe that that Ben was responsible for those people before this, but, like, having him do that one thing, you know, to me, it makes me think that it might be him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, of course, I mean, figuring out, like, Widmore's motivation and who did what and all that, I mean, I don't expect all that to be cleared up, but, like, it seems like a few of these things could be.
I think plot-wise, we need some more info at the very least.
Yeah.
You know, we just need to sort of see what happened, and Saeed is weird in this episode. I'm realizing that now. He's, even in the flashbacks, he's making these weird conclusions and doing weird things, and yeah, I don't see a lot of motivation for some of that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, Benjamin Linus is the most evil, most lying person you've ever met. You decide to work with him.
Right.
And kill people who you sort of never, you never really get proof on what they're doing and all this stuff. Ben tells you they're bad, so you kill them.
Yeah.
Then he drops you like it's hot. And,
right.
You know, then leaves you by yourself and says you're done, and then comes back and says, hey, by the way, there's some other shit to do. And it's like, you know, this is Saeed we're dealing with. He should know Ben's a manipulator, you know, but yet he still is prompted into action, you know. And again, I think they're saying, you know, because he wants to protect Hurley, and that makes sense.
Yeah.
And there are these, you know, they go to the Saeed's hotel or wherever, and there's the guys there that he has to kill, and you know, and I don't necessarily think those are Ben's guys, But it's weird. They still have there's still some gaps there.
Yeah, I mean that seems like a bit much. Like, why would Ben throw all these people at Saeed? You know?
Yeah, I don't see Ben doing that. I don't see him doing that.
The guy outside Hurley's thing sort of makes sense. That that provides it corroborates what he says, and it gives Saeed a reason to get Hurley out of there.
Yeah.
But I mean, just sending people to kill Saeed just over and over again, like, I don't know. Does Ben really want Saeed to die? Like, I don't think he does.
Well, ostensibly he wants him back on the island, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would expect.
If he believes Saeed needs to go back, then he should want him back.
Right, yeah. And it's sort of like, once again, like hinted / whatever at the end that, that maybe Ben was behind getting him on the plane somehow.
Yeah.
They at least play around with that a little bit.
We got to talk about that one too.
Yeah, I know. It's a whole thing, but it's just frustrating. They don't have to tell us everything to like reveal a few things about did Ben do this or not.
Mm-hmm.
Could you just say if this person,
Yeah.
I mean, would it really reveal that much if they just did that?
At what point the point that we see Ben in the I mean, I guess it's the point. I can't decide where's the point in terms of the flashbacks that we see in this episode that Ben, has sort of talked to Miss Hawking and he's preparing to get people back. That's, I mean, obviously after Locke dies, right?
Yeah.
So before okay, they all get off the island. Ben is working with Saeed for a while, killing people.
Yeah, it seems like
Saeed
they basically spent
himself.
3 years killing the people.
They kill the people, but then there's a period of time when they, Saeed is by himself, and then Ben comes back.
Yeah.
Okay, then that pretty much leads up to when they leave. So so most of the 3 years was the killing of the people.
Right. Yeah. And then Saeed went off to Santo Domingo and then
to do some real good.
And then there's and then there's a period of time where Locke is there before Locke dies. I'm not quite sure how long that's supposed to have been, but
yeah,
some amount of time. But once Locke dies, everything happens pretty fast. The period of time between like when Locke dies and when they get on the plane is like a few days, I think.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if at what point did Ben what point did Ben know that they had to all go back?
Yeah.
Was that wasn't from Locke talking to Locke, was it? Like he talked to Locke and Locke says he got to go, but he's going to bring him back, and then Ben kills him, and here's Hawking, and then goes to Hawking and then decides to do this?
Yeah, maybe that's it. I think Locke does tell Ben that that's what he's trying to do. And that he failed. So
yeah.
Ben at least knows that.
But so Ben didn't want to bring them back before that, then.
That's what it seems like.
So that's what's weird because a lot of the stuff Ben is doing is sort of before that. So I'm trying to figure out what his motivations are. Like if all of this is to get Saeed back on the plane, back on the island, that motivation didn't sort of come until a certain point, really.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really encompass all the killing and all the other crap.
No.
And I think shouldn't it be weird? And I don't know how they would play this, but shouldn't I guess Ben or Saeed realize like when Ben says Locke is dead, like Ben shouldn't know that Saeed just saw Locke recently. Like, in an ideal situation, shouldn't Ben assume that Saeed hasn't seen Locke? Like, Saeed should be like, what? Locke's off the island?
Could Locke have told Ben that he saw Saeed?
Well, no, it's really more on Saeed to say, to really be surprised, but he's not surprised because he has seen Locke recently, but then he should say, Ben, why aren't you surprised that I'm not surprised? Cause
okay.
You
want Ben to act. You want Ben to act surprised that Saeed's not surprised.
Well, I want Ben to come off as if he doesn't know that Locke just visited Saeed, and for Saeed to realize that Ben is coming off of it as if he sort of knows that Locke just recently visited him.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
Because
yeah.
that really should. I mean, if Saeed wasn't just visited by Locke, that should have been Saeed's sort of question. Is Ben says Locke is dead, and Saeed should go, what? Like he's dead on the island? No, he's dead in New York or wherever.
Right.
It's like, oh, because he, like he, Ben, from Saeed's perspective, Ben shouldn't know that Locke just visited him.
Right.
It's complicated, but you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, they just blow right by that. They don't.
Yeah, they just go through that. It's a weird thing.
That's
I don't
one
know
of
how
those
they would
things
play
where
that.
the characters all know, and so they don't address the fact that they don't know that the other characters know.
Mhm.
So it just doesn't. Not a word is spoken about it.
Yeah, because Ben could have been like, Locke is dead, and then Saeed goes, I forgot what his line is, oh really, or how, or whatever, and Ben goes, you're not surprised. Did he see you recently? Or something like that.
Yeah.
Like
deleted scene.
Yeah, deleted scene. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's a minor point.
Yeah. Yeah, I always fall into that trap of just kind of assuming they've seen the show, so they don't need to talk about what each other knows and why.
Mhm. And who should know what, and who shouldn't know what, and
yeah. I guess that's why I partially wanted to believe that Saeed is suspicious about Locke's death. About what Ben tells him.
Mhm.
But it isn't clear what he thinks about that. I don't think.
Yeah, it's. I mean, this all goes back to Nadia. I mean, Ben's the one who said those guys were with the guys who killed Nadia were with Widmore, and that could have been the original lie for that.
Yeah, I know, and I guess I feel
thing.
like that would be an obvious. I mean, it does seem like that would be more than Dirty Linen. It seems like that might rise above the level of Dirty Linen and sort of not be something that's just like
I don't. Yeah, no. I mean, I think it.
It seems like that would be too extreme.
Found that out.
But on the other hand, that would be a really plausible thing for Saeed to find out and want to kill Ben as a kid for.
Yeah.
Like that like emotionally that would make more sense than whatever they show here, which is just very obscure, like whatever his reasons are, just his general feeling that Ben's not trustworthy or I don't really know.
Well, we can talk about it more. I sort of think he does it in an attempt to prevent the future, but to sort of not have Ben live.
Yeah.
He just wants his tyranny to end before it begins.
Right. But how does he know that it's tyranny? Like
how does he know it's tyranny?
It seems like he doesn't.
Well, he knows it's tyranny because he lived through it with everything that happened in the future.
I mean, do you mean the stuff on the island?
Yeah, all the stuff on the island, and on all the sort of murders and stuff he committed for Ben and all that.
Yeah, but at this point, he doesn't know for sure that those murders weren't, a good thing.
Oh yeah. I mean, we haven't seen him know that. I don't think there's even time for him to know that.
Yeah, and that's sort of the part that's bothering me. Like, I want him to know that.
There's plenty to kill Ben over than that, I think.
But it just seems like if he's killing Ben over stuff like from before that, it just seems like belated. I mean, he was working for Ben for years. It just seems like after 3 years he woke up and he was like, oh wait, I hate Ben from the island. That's just weird.
The way it plays out, isn't it like, I don't know. I mean, we can talk about it. There's one of the things is, Saeed mentions, he's there to bring Ben to the others, and this whole thing about this sort of quasi notions of sort of what his purpose is, and I think that has a lot to do with what he did. I think he makes some conclusion about what all this means and what he's supposed to do, and I think he concludes that that he wants to kill Ben or shoot him.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely it. I just, but yeah, we can talk about that in more detail later. But it just seems like that's the central. I feel like the central point of this episode is to get him there and to provide some kind of explanation for why he thinks that's his mission.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I feel like it doesn't quite happen. I never get.
Here's another thing to I think a point to bring up that I think Saeed gathers is that Ben tells him in the beginning, I came to Richard 4 years ago. I told him I wanted to join the others.
Mm-hmm.
He said if I was patient, it would happen. And if you're patient too, I'll help you. And Saeed knows that Ben does eventually go with the others, and he does sort of become the leader, and all that does happen. And so I think that that puts him on a particular course in terms of what he thinks, as far as what he should be doing. So he goes on this whole thing of just sort of waiting there. But yeah, the whole thing about my point is, Ben sort of proves the point sort of patience will work sort of.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of why he does that thing. But it's but yeah, there's a bit of a disconnect. Maybe we can figure it out. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it'd be nice because I could definitely buy that he would want to kill Ben just for what happened up to season 4. On the islands. I could buy that. He did a lot of stuff during that time that would be nice to prevent. But by putting the flashbacks here, you really make that connection that it's because of this, and so that's the part that's bothering me. It implicitly suggests that this is why he comes to this conclusion, or at least it's a big part of his motivation. And that's what I don't get. But yeah, maybe we can figure it out. It'd be nice.
And I think he is, and I think there's something that we're supposed to glean, which I don't know what it is about the, we mentioned before about the, if I see you again, it'll be unpleasant for the both of us.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to go back to the island, and I think he is sort of pissed in a way that he does end up back there. And he probably blames Ben for that, because Ben was the one who was organizing that expedition.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Next.
Yeah. Okay. Next scene. Okay. The next scene, we're back in 1977. Sawyer gives Saeed a last chance to say something, and then stuns him with a taser. Some men come in, and Sawyer says, "Take him to Oldham."
Uh-oh. Time for the next level.
Yeah. Everybody sit down. This is going to be intense. They arrive at Oldham's tent in the jungle somewhere. Oldham comes out of the tent. Sawyer tells Saeed that he's our you. Oldham has Saeed put in restraints so that he can give him a drug. Phil and Radzinski hold him while they give him the drug. Oldham tells Saeed not to struggle, and in the end, Saeed will tell them the truth. Boom.
Boom. Next scene? You want to just go through this whole... Or is the next scene still...
The next scene is a flashback.
Oh, okay.
Back to the marina. So
yeah, this scene, what are you going to do? Oldham, you didn't really live up to your...
Yeah. Oldham, who I immediately recognized from various other television shows.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, man, he's everywhere. But you're right. He was, I really thought he was going to be really crazy, but he really wasn't. It just became comical at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, I guess I should have used half a drop. What?
Yeah.
That's the punchline?
Yeah, that's what's weird. I mean, because it's honestly, he used the right amount, as Saeed said. You know, like he did, and it's so he didn't like make a mistake. But the fact that he thought he could have, it's just like what? Like why? You should know if you're this good guy, good at what you do or whatever. If you're as good as Saeed, you should know you did it right. And he's got the record playing, and he's out in the woods by himself, and it's just sort of. You just don't understand, like, what's the point of all that.
They set him up to be creepy. But he's not. He becomes bumbling at the end.
All he gave him was a truth serum.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't give him anything like, this'll some crazy, island concoction of plants and herbs that would make Saeed, do something crazy or, it's a truth serum. Great. All right.
Yeah.
You guys are playing rough.
This is the next level right here.
Yeah.
Look out.
We're just going to make you tell us the truth. Okay, well.
Yeah. Yeah, this whole thing is just really, like, I mean, it seems like anybody could have given him this.
Yeah.
Truth, like, this doesn't require this crazy guy in the jungle to do,
Mm-hmm.
All they need is whatever he's putting in that thing and just pop it in his mouth and wait. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. It's not that hard. So, yeah, it's, Oldham.
Oldham.
I give up. So, next scene. Okay. In the next scene, it's a flashback, and we're back to the marina. We've been back there a lot, and here we are again. They retcon and change the scene slightly, so that now Saeed only speaks to Ben and says, "If I see you again, it will be extremely unpleasant for us both," rather than what he said originally, which was, "If I see you or you," meaning Jack or Ben, again, it will be extremely unpleasant for us all. That was the original line.
That was the original, yeah.
And they change it because this is one of those examples that where it really hits home this thing that's always bothered me about when they do this, where they revisit a scene, but now the drama is about something completely different from what it was before. And so the original stuff that was there kind of doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
And this makes it really explicit, where they actually change what he said, because the conflict here is about him and Ben, and Jack is irrelevant. And to have him sort of fire at Jack here would be awkward. It wouldn't sort of fit with the general theme of the episode. Yeah. And so they actually changed his line. I just think that's weird.
Much.
I can't believe they did that.
I think it would have been. I don't think it would have been any worse to just replay the scene, and for us to know, okay, this is a flashback to that scene. We remember it. Yeah. And to know that the drama is about Ben and Saeed, and so when we see this scene again, we can say, hey, even though Saeed threatened both of them, the drama's about Saeed and Ben. Yeah. So that's what we'll focus on in this scene. We don't have to. It doesn't make it any better for me to, now that they retconned it, that Saeed was sort of prescient and sort of knew that in the future he'd have, that this what he would be saying in the past would, be more relevant in the future. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't do anything for me. It's fine that Saeed threatened both of them, and half of that threat came true or is important now. Like, I don't see why they did that. To me, you do something like that when you expect the viewers not to remember how it really went down. Yeah. Which I think is a little bit, bad.
Like,
I think
that line was I really liked the line and remembered it in the first time, because I just thought it was a cool thing to say. Yeah. It'll be extremely unpleasant for all of us, like bringing him into it, and it was a weird kind of threat, because it's also going to be bad for me, and I sort of like that, but and so when he changed it, I knew, because I remembered, I noted the line originally, so yeah. It's just weird for them to actually specifically change it. I mean, what are we supposed to think? What really happened? Which one was it? Like, that. Oh man, that bothers me.
Don't ask that question.
Yeah, it can't be both. He didn't say both things. He said one or the other. Which one? And God. Anyway.
Yeah, I don't like that either. It's bad. It's bad form.
Yeah. And in the same season, it's one thing when they retcon something from season 1, like, all right, things have changed since then, and now you want this to mean that. Okay, whatever. But something from this season, like, that just seems really lame.
I think what they're trying to tell us is that the future is changing because of what's happening in the past.
Oh, God, don't say that. Don't say that.
It's subtly changing.
Please don't say that.
I think at the end of the series, they're going to negate them ever going to the island in the first place.
Oh, God.
Yeah. All right.
God.
Are we done with podcasting now?
Pretty much, yeah. Let's just all go vomit and stop everything. It's all over.
Yeah.
There's just no reason to continue. If that's where we get to, I give up.
No, I don't think they're trying to do that, but it's a little strange. I mean, they kind of do creative editing when they do the recaps, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Because they're specifically trying to guide what they want us to remember. It would have been to me better to have this scene back on the pier in like the sort of recap or something, and then if they would have this edit in the recap, I wouldn't mind as much. But the fact that they have it in the episode is, yeah, you're right. Which one happened? Which one is the one?
Yeah. What did Saeed actually say?
Yeah.
Please, I'd like to know.
I think someone should ask Carlton and Damon.
I agree. Yeah. This is just really.
So does that mean Jack is off the hook now?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I always thought it was weird that he was threatening Jack, but that's what he did. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Too late. If you didn't want him to threaten Jack, you shouldn't have had him threaten Jack.
Yeah. I mean, Jack was just as guilty of Ben of trying to get them to go back.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was cool that he was threatening Jack to say, I don't care, we were on the island together. I don't want to see you again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
It is. Very weird. Very weird.
You know what it is?
What is it?
Weird.
Yeah, okay. I guess you're right. So in the next scene, the new scene, Saeed is at a bar drinking some McCutcheon, and Ilana comes and sits kind of next to him, seat over. Saeed thinks she's a professional, i.e. a prostitute, which she denies. They talk for a while. Saeed says he quit his job because he's trying to change, and then they talk some more. I didn't really write any of that down.
And then they talk some more. And then Saeed takes a sip of his drink, and they continue to talk.
I assumed it wasn't important. I don't know. It's kind of chit-chatty.
Yeah, I mean, she's trying to, lure him into this whole thing. There's not much here I think that's very important, except for Saeed saying, he's trying to change, and that this whole thing about he's really good at something, and he's sad because, she's like, I know why you're sad now, because, people try to get you, when you're good at something, people try to get you to do that thing instead of, changing. And I have to say I did like this scene. I mean, just how it's written. I think Ilana does a great job. The chemistry there and how they write her character, I think is pretty good. The whole thing with McCutcheon, and having that be the. I mean, it's a classic. I mean, the whole book ending. You start with the drink. Talking about the Dringo. How much does that run you? And she already knows. And then at the very end, they get a little bit more involved. And then she's like, buy me a drink and, buy me some of that whiskey and I'll tell you. It's a well-written scene, which is, I feel like I have to say. But in terms of, it's all about the subterfuge here, like really, a little bit about Saeed and what he's going through, but she's just sort of like, trying to get close to him. So
yeah. And another thing that's going on here is we, the audience, knows where this ends up, and so it's that's sort of while I'm watching this, it's in the back of my mind, like, okay, so he's moving in, and I'm assuming she's some kind of undercover agent or something here, and we're gonna see him get arrested at some point. Isn't exactly what happens, but that's I don't know. I didn't feel the need to write down their dialogue for some reason. It's like it seemed like it wasn't that crucial, but yeah, you're right. You caught the key parts.
Yeah.
So that's good, because I didn't remember what they said. Okay, so next scene. In the next scene, we're back to the 1977. Saeed is tied to a tree. Oldham asks Saeed some questions. Saeed answers obliquely but honestly. Saeed tells him about Ajira and Oceanic. He was on the island before. He's not a hostile. They ask him what he knows about the stations. He tells them about the Pearl and the Swan. Redzinski freaks out that he knows about the Swan because they haven't built it yet. And Saeed also tells him that they're all going to be killed. And he knows that because he's from the future. And so Oldham thinks he gave him too much of the drug, and Saeed laughs and says he gave just the right amount. The second time Saeed has ever laughed on Lost.
Apparently,
according to Lostpedia.
That is apparently the trivia.
Yeah, so they claim.
When was the first time that Saeed laughed on Lost?
According to Lostpedia, the first time Saeed laughed was in the pilot, part 2, when they hear Danielle's transmission.
I got to see that. I want to know in what context he was laughing.
Yeah, I don't remember anyone laughing about that.
Yeah. I wonder if someone told a joke or something. I just don't know why he would be laughing.
Oh, I do remember, like, Charlie sort of tells a joke where he says, I've never been so happy to hear the French. And maybe they're sort of initially celebrating, thinking that it's someone that could be contacted for rescue or something, and maybe he sort of laughs about that.
So a laughter of excitement?
Yeah. More of just like.
So not a genuine laugh.
Yeah, not exactly a humor laugh, but yeah, just kind of a smiling, whatever, relief.
This scene, he was weird when he was drugged up. I don't know what the motivation was, what the director told him to do, what he thought his character should be doing. The fact that they're in the 70s, I don't know. He was acting like, it was so weird. It was like he was, it wasn't just, I don't know, it was very strange, his sort of, the way he's like, sort of floating around.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really weird.
Yeah, you're right. It is weird. It is very, he's kind of intense and also sort of, spacey, and it kind of reminds me of Claire in Maternity Leave, where he's just sort of like really really out of it.
Yeah, like he gets, you ask him a question and his emotions just change, and
yeah,
'cause I'm a bad man, and he's like he's 5 years old or something,
Yeah.
I didn't really like most of his performance in this part, except for the very end when he laughs and he was really cracking up and saying, "No, you gave me the perfect amount," because he sort of realizes what he said and all that, and I really do. I like the very end of this scene. I like how they got off with Saeed having been captured, having been quote tortured. Thanks, Oldham. Having the truth come out, and it's just so ridiculous that they don't believe it and they think they did something wrong. I like that as a plot.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not. They're obviously not ready to have the whole ball drop yet. So they just have him think it's that he's just raving and making stuff up because they gave him too much.
Yeah.
And that kind of works.
I think this scene says there's somewhat of things to be inferred. What am I saying? There's some things to be inferred here about what the others. What Dharma thinks and knows. Saeed talks about the swan, the flame. He knows what they're doing. He sort of knows this information, and some of that stuff they might not even know. I don't think they necessarily know about the pearl. Things like that. And what's interesting to me is the idea that from his ramblings, some of the stuff I did definitely say, oh wow, he knows something. And then some of the stuff is like, we don't know what he's talking about, but the fact that he sort of knows the first thing they should be thinking, could he be from the future?
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they don't believe that he's from the future sort of means something, in terms of what they think is possible.
Yeah, and he says that, like, they don't even have the normal out of him just saying all these things and not explaining specifically why he knows that stuff, If he just says, you're all going to die, and I know about this and that, and never says he's from the future, then, maybe you're supposed to believe they wouldn't think of that. But he gives them that as a possibility, so, and they discount it. And, we already have, we know that the orchid is connected with the idea of time travel, like, directly. And, Chang was kind of talking about it earlier in the season, so... the idea of time travel is not out of the realm of possibility for at least, some Dharma members. I'll say at least one. But on the other hand, you had the construction crew really skeptical, so maybe we're just supposed to believe it.
The station hasn't been built yet.
Right.
They haven't done any of the real work to get any of that working, but it's interesting how this scene plays out. I love when he says, ask Sawyer.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking everyone's going to turn around and look at Sawyer, but... Me
too.
They're like, who's Sawyer?
It's a good thing he didn't use that name.
Yeah,
it's a good thing, it's a good thing it wasn't Jack or Kate or Jen or Juliet or any of the other people. It was the one person who's using a different alias.
Yeah.
So that they wouldn't know.
And actually, a double alias, because Sawyer's not even his real name.
I know.
So that would have been...
Yeah.
He's got a couple of levels of anonymity there.
He does, yeah. It's really lucky. That's...
even if you find out he's Sawyer, you still don't know he's James Ford.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But yeah, that was a cool little part.
It was a nice, yeah. It was nice to actually... That's sort of what I like about Saeed in general in this episode. I like him being kind of the wild card who's pushing the boundaries. Everybody else is kind of just laying low and doing their job, and he's making it a little more exciting by throwing stuff out like that and
by potentially ruining it for them all.
Yes. Yes.
That would make it more exciting. Yes.
Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, you're right. I definitely think. It's pretty clear at this point that, much like the others, Dharma... I don't even need to... I think it's clear what I want to say there. It's sort of the same kind of thing as with the others. There's maybe a few of them that sort of know stuff, but a lot of them are just there,
Man. So... When they vote later about Saeed and you see the sort of leadership of Dharma, it's a little unimpressive. There was quite a bit of people in the room, but some of the people weren't even in uniform. It just wasn't what I thought Dharma was really up to and about. It seems a lot less militaristic than it seemed originally.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just more utilitarian, I guess.
Yeah.
In terms of their sort of culture. they said in The Wizard of Oz, don't what is it? Don't look at the man behind the curtain.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
Yeah, you will be disappointed, and
yeah.
Often when you peer behind the veil.
Yeah, and it's just like the others in that there's something there. They're not totally without interest, but like a lot of them just don't know anything, and they're just doing their mundane job, and that's it.
Yeah.
And like most of the people we see seem to be like that. And and then there's a character like Richard, or Ben, or maybe Chang, or something like that. There's a few that sort of know it. That's how they dance around. I mean, when they first infiltrated Dharma, I was tempted to say the same thing I said when the others captured Jack, Cade, and Sawyer, which is that there's no way that we can spend time with Dharma and not just learn all kinds of crazy stuff.
Mysteries, yeah.
Yeah, like I really didn't think it was possible, but it was, and we didn't, and here it is again, And
the thing too, in terms of season 3 and being captured by the others, was that was a valid sort of assumption going into it, but then the sort of out that they had was, at least in the beginning, we were all on the Hydra Island,
Yeah.
So we're like, oh, okay, we're not really in the midst of all that's going on. And then even when we get to the barracks, that's really not where the others are.
Yeah, that's not
doing
they kept pushing it back.
Yeah, they kept pushing it back. And
no, the others really live here. Well, okay, they live there later, but actually they live here, and then they haven't shown us that place yet.
Yeah, but then here they don't really have that out. I mean, this is definitely the center of Dharma activity. Now there's obviously other stuff going on we haven't seen, or stuff they've hinted at, but they don't have that same out. We're definitely in the midst of it. This is a pretty good idea of what daily life is like for most of the Dharmanians. Dharmalars.
Sure.
Dharmaites, yeah. Dharmaites. I want to take out some letters.
You really do. You can't. not too many syllables for you.
Yeah, it's I got a limit.
Fair enough. Yeah.
There was something else in this scene I wanted to mention. I don't have the transcripts. I don't remember what it was, but
oh no.
It wasn't anything big.
Okay.
So I guess we're good. Oh, this little thing here is I noticed that Oldham. And this is the only guy who I noticed who, he's the only one I've noticed that has a different color uniform. His is like gray, and it sort of looks older. Well, now that I look at it, maybe Rosinski's is gray too. Is his gray or is it beige? Come on, Rosinski.
I don't know.
I don't know either. But I thought it was weird that he had a different color uniform. So I don't know if that means anything.
Yeah, I guess I was assuming they were just trying to set him apart. Like he's living out in the jungle, and he's sort of not a part of mainstream Dharma life. They just go to him in these special situations, and I guess I figured his uniform just reflected that.
I'm curious of what badge he has. Oh, it's just a Dharma. The Dharma logo on his. Why does he not get to be part of mainstream life? What makes him special?
I have no idea.
Maybe he's exiling himself for making somebody else tell the truth.
Oh, no. I will never do that again.
I will never make someone tell the truth. This I swear.
Yeah. No, it just seems like he's this kooky guy who agreed to go along to do this specific thing, and they just put up with his quirkiness because he's just so good at this. I mean, they don't really sell that, but I feel like that's what we're supposed to believe.
He's got this old, like, Betroller or whatever that thing is, the old sound phonograph.
Yeah.
And again, I think about the old music Hurley heard. I don't know what they're doing with this. I don't know what the point is. I'm sure he could have had an 8-track player, right?
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
What do you mean by that?
I just mean that it's a pretty old, the phonograph is a pretty old piece of, if you want to listen to some music.
Oh, you're just saying he could have had something more recent.
More modern, yeah.
No, they gave him something like specifically old. I thought that was supposed to be part of the thing. Like it wasn't even like a. I mean, that was out of date for the '60s.
Yeah, I know.
It was a really
like
old,
a record player. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a real old style record player.
I mean, does that mean he brought that there? Like, does that mean anything in terms of does it mean anything that's there? Is it just a character quirk, or is it like,
Yeah, that's what I'm inclined to say, but
because I think it's how did he get that there?
Well,
he brought it on the sub with him.
I guess I would assume he brought it with him, or he ordered it wherever they get all their stuff.
Most people, if you're a recruit to Dharma, I don't think you get to sort of do that stuff.
Just bring along that things? No?
Yeah,
why not?
I don't bring along your old, huge, big ass.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Maybe he was allowed to go off the island and go get it, or maybe an exception was made for him because he's got a special position, or.
Keep going.
That's it. I got nothing. I don't know.
I'll wait until you tell me something I can believe.
All right. Yeah. No, I don't think I'm gonna accomplish that. That's
all right.
That's the end of the line for me. I don't know. I feel like it's a character thing, and we're not supposed to worry about it that much. But yeah, I can't really put a good story together. What I said is the best I got. So
all right.
Feel free to. Not be satisfied with that. I'm not either.
Good. All right. Next scene.
Okay. In the next scene, we're with Juliet and Kate in the I don't know, the Dharma auto repair area. Juliet tells Kate some introductory things about auto repair, but Kate doesn't know what she's talking about. But that's okay. Then the subject of Sawyer comes up, and they talk about that for a second, and then the van returns with Saeed and Sawyer, and yeah, that's the end of the scene.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you get three things from this scene. You get what Kate's job is.
Check.
You get Kate and Juliet acknowledging Juliet's thing with Sawyer.
There you go. Good. Check.
And then you get Sawyer realizing that Kate knows now. And that
does he look over?
He looks over. It's again, I think, sort of well done in terms of just the sort of looks that everybody gives.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he looks over to Kate and Juliet, and Kate immediately, is sort of the first one to sort of look down and sort of walk away, which sort of, I think, alerts Sawyer to something. I mean, he sees his two girls talking, I mean, he's probably going to be like, what's up anyway? And then so she sort of, gestures, and then sort of walks away, and then Juliet's looking at Sawyer, and then she sort of looks down, sort of breaks the look, and I think he knows what sort of happened there.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was kind of nice.
They communicate all that in
the gist of just Sawyer escorting Saeed or whatever. Like they kind of get all that across.
Efficient, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was nice.
They're kind of yeah.
And I like Juliet's thing about she didn't really say anything because she didn't know how to say it without making it seem like she was saying stay away,
mm-hmm.
which is I think a valid reason, but not exactly what I thought her reason would be for this situation, because all you have to do is say, I'm not trying to tell you to stay away, but Sawyer and I have been living together for X amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very simple fix, but as for the character rationale, it was good.
Yeah.
But I did not like Kate's response of, it's fine, or that's fine. Like, what?
What do you want her to say?
I'm trying to think of the lines. I think it was Juliet was like, she said like, did Jack tell you? And Kate said no, Hurley, and Juliet says like, you know, I didn't know how to say it without making it seem like I was saying back off or stay away, and then Kate says that's fine. I don't know. I wanted something more about her. I don't know. I don't know what I wanted her to say.
Like, do you want Kate to not think it's fine?
Well, I don't want her. To me, the point isn't the stay away thing. I think she's saying, okay, that's fine, you know. But I don't know. I wanted to go back to the whole point, which was, you know, their relationship and what does that mean now. Not just, yeah, it's fine that you couldn't tell me because you thought I'd be upset about it or whatever.
Oh, okay. You just didn't want to end it there.
Yeah, it was weird just to be like, yeah, that's fine, and
yeah, okay.
You know,
but you don't have a
because
problem.
I don't think that was I don't really think that was anyone's concern. Was, you know, I don't think Kate was concerned about Juliet telling her to back off, and Juliet wasn't trying to say that anyway.
Right.
So that wasn't, to me. It's, I don't know. What were you gonna say?
But you don't have a problem with her saying that that's fine. You just think that shouldn't be the point of the scene. It shouldn't sort of end.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I just wasn't happy with the line, but I mean, yeah, I'm fine that she's fine with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll buy that. That's sort of the I guess that's the B story for this episode, that Kate finds out that Sawyer and Juliet are you know, together.
I guess that's the C story, really.
And what's the B story? Oldham?
Well, I mean, generally, I think the A story would be the, you know, one is the island stuff with Ben and Saeed, and one is the flashback stuff with Saeed.
Yeah, I guess I'm putting all that together.
You're putting that all together, yeah.
Making that A.
Well, if you put it together, then yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But they are separate, but it's all about Saeed, so that's the link, I guess. But yeah, it's pretty weak because they don't do much with it. It's like a couple scenes, you know. Hurley tells Kate, and she kind of reacts, and Jack says, "Yeah, I knew," and that's the end of that for Jack. And then the next development is that Juliet and Kate talk about it for a very short amount of time, and the punchline is that Juliet didn't know how to tell Kate. And then I think that's it. I think that's sort of as far as they get. I guess the third scene in this subplot is when Sawyer goes to visit Kate later.
The reversal.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's the end of this. But they don't really do too much with it. It's very, very focused on the main story, I think. But they had to deal with it because, you know, that's sort of what LaFleur was about. So, you know, now that they're all here.
And I did like Juliet's thing about, you know, when she tells Sawyer, you know, us playing house is sort of over. You know, and that sort of brings up the idea that, you know, they're not sort of in love with each other so much as they like each other and it's convenient, and I'm sure they've grown to really sort of love each other in a certain way, but it was more of convenience than anything else.
Yeah.
And the fact that she sort of thinks that, you know, is interesting.
Yeah, I definitely think that's going to be the outcome. And yeah, it is strange that they kind of acknowledge that. But yeah, I definitely think I definitely think that's I think it definitely really started out as a convenience thing, and I think they grew to like it more than they did initially, but in the end, yeah, I guess that is what that's about. So yeah, you're right.
Can't hear that enough. All right. Next scene.
All right. So, what's the next scene? Oh, the meeting, right. So in the next scene, we are in a house. Oh, one of the things I found out on the podcast is that there's only one Dharma house, and they use it for all their houses.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So all the other exteriors, there's nothing inside?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they have an exterior set, but yeah, it's not. There's nothing there, and for the interiors, they only have one set. So they shoot them separately.
I wonder how that works in terms of, when you see like somebody at somebody's door and stuff, and you kind of see inside.
Mhm.
Yeah, you have to sort of change what the front of the inside looks every time, and like that's crazy.
Yeah.
I think it's unfortunate. I think a lot of TV shows. I'm sure all TV shows have to work, sort of with their budget, but it's unfortunate that a lot of times you're in those situations, listening to stuff about Battlestar Galactica and, well, for the Cylon base ship, we have this room, and a hallway, and anything we want to do on the base ship is these sort of 3 sets that are very limited. It's just, it's unfortunate that they can't have, 3 Dharma houses, like, they get 1.
Mhm. Yeah, it was weird. I definitely didn't notice, but now that they said it, I'm like, yeah, I can believe that.
Mm-hmm.
It sort of fits. They all kind of look the same, and it sort of makes sense because they all kind of look the same on the outside.
Yeah,
so you expect them to be somewhat similar, and that's what she that's what she said on the thing, that was sort of the concept, that these are just like whatever you call, like pre-made houses, sort of cookie cutter houses.
Dharma is utilitarian,
exactly.
They don't really need to have it really.
So it sort of makes sense. I definitely think Lost gets more of a budget than Battlestar Galactica, unfortunately. But they still have limitations. Anyway, the scene. Oh, are you not there? Oh, wait. No, according to this, you are there. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, sorry.
Were you speaking just now?
Yeah. So I think I muted my phone or something.
Oh,
sorry.
okay. Yeah, I couldn't hear you for a while there, and I thought you were gone. Then I looked, you were there. So anyway, that's a recap of the last 10 seconds.
The last 6 seconds. Yeah. Very eventful.
Yeah. Okay, so you're still there. So anyway, next scene. Ready for the scene?
Yeah.
Okay. We're in a house. Oh, that's where I got derailed. I'm not sure whose house this is. I guess that's the point. Some Dharma folks are all sitting in a circle meeting to decide what to do with Saeed. Brzezinski thinks they should kill him because he knows too much. Horace wants to consider things. Sawyer doesn't want to kill him and tries to talk him out of it to get more time. Brzezinski asks for a vote, or he's going to call Ann Arbor. Amy interrupts to make a lovely plea to kill Saeed for the children. Horace calls a vote. Everyone votes for Brzezinski's solution but Sawyer. Horace tells Sawyer he wants it to be unanimous, so Sawyer reluctantly puts up his hand also.
Well, the thing about Ann Arbor was interesting. And so I just looked up Ann Arbor on Lostpedia.
The location of the University of Michigan.
University of Michigan, where the Dharma Initiative was created.
Yes, that's the DeGroots were associated with that in the orientation video, and I think also Chang is supposed to be associated with there too.
So that's weird. And I think it's weird too that they have these sort of fictional people associated with this. Like, why the University of Michigan?
Mhm.
Of all the schools.
It's a good school, I have to say.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it's top 10, at least for some things.
Mhm.
So yeah, no, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. So I think it sort of makes sense. I think it's reasonable for it to be the source of Dharma. But it is kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, it seems it could be. I mean, it could be any school, really.
Yeah.
unless they're saying, you know, whatever the school was good at the time was specifically related to the projects they were working on, but they haven't really said that. But I don't know. It's just weird that it's University of Michigan.
Yeah.
I wonder how they feel about that.
Being portrayed in this
way.
Yeah.
If it comes to be a bigger deal or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been pretty vague so far, so it doesn't seem like a. But yeah, I wonder if they ever will call Ann Arbor. Are we going to see that? Are they going to actually follow through with that at some point?
Probably. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a sense of who's on the other end of that phone call in Ann Arbor. And if Whitmore picks up, you know, I'm just going to be very upset.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, that'll be weird. I won't know what to do with that. So I have to say, like, I know that, you know, she has her reasons, but, like, I officially just don't like Amy at this point.
Oh, I don't like Amy either, man. You know what? I got to say, I don't know if it's the actress. I don't know what it is. The first scene with her, I mean, she was already taxing.
Yeah.
You know, I have not grown to like her. And when she's like, you know, she's carrying on little Ethan and she's like, kill Saeed.
Yeah.
You know, I thought.
Yeah, I'm afraid for all the children. And just enough with you.
Yeah, I didn't really like how this scene played out that much in a lot of little ways.
But she actually annoyed me more than Rosinski in this scene.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Rosinski was at least trying to defend his arguments and not just complaining.
Yeah.
But you know, it was weird. It was weird to me.
And she's sort of always been like this. Like from the time they met her, she's sort of playing the helpless victim.
Yes.
But she's asking for him to kill this guy.
Yeah.
You know, so it's sort of.
And it's like, even if this guy broke the truce, even if he's as a hostile and he broke the truce, I mean, shouldn't they be expecting Richard any moment now or something? Like, or shouldn't they try to contact him? I mean, they just had, you know, I guess 3 years ago.
Yeah. It was a while.
They had a whole incident about this, and I think that was pretty telling when you have these sort of warring factions who have this sort of peace treaty, and this incident occurs, and they both sort of work it out more or less peacefully. I think that says a lot. You know, they're able to keep the truce, and then this thing happens again. I mean, if you're Horace, you have to look at the facts, and you've got this guy who you know might be a hostile, but he's handcuffed, you know, running through the jungle, running through, you know, like even Roger said, you know, how can you be a hostile? He's basically saying, how can you be a hostile and then, you know, you got captured by us, you know.
Right.
That doesn't make sense, you know. So I feel like the evidence isn't really there, and considering there is a sort of, it's not just we're at war with these people. There's a truce.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you kill Saeed, and potentially you're breaking the truce.
Right.
Or I guess you're not breaking the truce so much as you're giving them a reason to to call off the truce.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of saying, hey, you know what? Here's someone we think is a hostile, and we were going to kill him, but we'll return him to you. You know, what's going on here? Is he in trouble? Do you guys even care? You know, like. Yeah. Because they might. I mean, given the situation, if Saeed was a escaped hostile, then they might not even care if they kill him. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just bad form, I think, all around in their decision to do this, and I was very disappointed in Sawyer for raising his hand.
Oh.
I said, there's no way he's going to raise his hand. There's no way he's going to vote to kill Saeed. And then Horace turns around. I really love it to be unanimous.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Horace is irritating too.
Why is that a point of contention that so you can say it's unanimous? Like, and why does Sawyer give in? Like, it's still unless they're telling us they can't have a resolution unless it's unanimous, which is not what they said.
No, it's just Horace would like that.
Yeah, and it's just like, don't you want to be, it's like politics, don't you want to be the guy who, even if everyone else is voting for something, you stick by your principles, and even if you know you're not going to get your way, you at least have the record of saying, I stood by my principles?
Apparently not, if you're Sawyer.
What the hell is that about?
Yeah.
And he didn't really even. And obviously the sort of the out that Sawyer gets for this rationale is that he is planning to, after this, go rescue Saeed.
Yeah.
Of course. So he, it's a faux vote, but still.
Yeah.
I think it says something that he raised his hand.
He doesn't want to kill Saeed. I'm definitely convinced of that.
He definitely doesn't want to, but it was just weird to me that he actually raised his hand.
Yeah. I mean, the way they played it, he does it very reluctantly and shaking his head. And they try to soften it as much as possible, I think.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, it's definitely it's forced, but I mean, they could have just said, this isn't going to mean as much to Ann Arbor unless it's unanimous, or this isn't going to, you know what I mean? Like, make it about the fact that it needs to be unanimous. Not Horace he'll sleep better tonight if it's unanimous.
Yeah.
Like, that's just a weak reason.
Yeah.
And I do have to say, they kind of played this whole reason to execute Saeed in terms of, a security reason, which, reflects American politics of late. This idea of this sort of quote-unquote terrorist, hostile, who isn't really tried or anything, and is sort of going to be executed to protect the children and any potential dangers that might happen.
The idea is they just don't feel safe with him alive.
They don't feel safe.
And so they'll kill him, whether they know that he's a danger or not. It's just sort of about how they feel.
Yeah.
About him.
I mean, it's like, hey, why not transfer him to the Dharma, to the Hydra Island, or why not? Well, I guess that'd be bad. Right? No, wait, the other people there in the future. Never mind. Right? Isn't the people in the plane crash there in the future, right?
They're in the future. Yeah,
okay. So they wouldn't. I was thinking maybe they'd find the plane, but
no, they wouldn't find the plane. No.
Because there's no run rate.
Yeah, assuming the Hydra's been built, which I don't even know if we're supposed to think it has, but there should be people there.
Well,
Dharma people.
They made a reference to something about the polar bears pressing the button, didn't they, or something? Recently, about who said that? Somebody made an offhand comment about the polar bears in reference to the Hydra Island. Do you remember that?
I remember a comment about the polar bears from a really long time ago, but you mean recently?
It was a couple episodes ago, I think. Somebody in Dharma, there was some sort of alarm going off or something weird, and somebody was like, maybe the polar bears, blah, blah, blah. Something to do with, them figuring out the whole game.
That sounds kind of familiar. Oh, God, I forgot. I think you're right, though. Yeah, I kind of remember that. I'm confusing it with the line that Tom says when Sawyer figures out how to solve the puzzle to get the fish biscuit, and Tom tells him it only took the bears half the time or something like that it took Sawyer to do.
Here it is. It's in LaFleur, the episode.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh yeah. It's the first scene with Phil and Jerry and the the hootenanny, and he says,
right.
"Mellow out, Phil. What do you think's going to happen? The polar bears are going to figure a way out of their cages."
There you go. Okay. So I guess we can assume the Hydra exists based on that. I guess they could do that. They could put him in room 23 or whatever if that's send him in there for whatever they did with that room. I don't even know.
Yeah, it's I just think objectively looking at the sort of decision making process of the Dharma management, it's just not that great.
Yeah.
If Ben was in charge and and obviously the situations were completely different, but if Ben was just sort of Horace in terms of character and ability, or I should say, if Horace was Ben in terms of character and ability, it would have been completely different.
Yeah.
It would have been completely different.
Yeah.
How this all went down.
Yeah, definitely. No Dharma.
Oh, Dharma. Namaste indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, they're Next scene?
Yeah, next scene.
Okay. Saeed and Ilana enter a room kissing as Saeed is removing Ilana's boot. She kicks him in the face and pulls a gun out and tells him that she was hired by the family of Mr. Avellino to bring him to Guam to pay for what he did. Uh-oh. Who saw that coming?
Who saw that coming, indeed?
Not me. I thought Mr. Avellino was finished.
Yeah, that whole thing was pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, and so Ilana, there is a little bit more to her than it seemed. I actually thought she was, an actual, law enforcement official. That was the original name for her. And, she had a badge that she showed at the airport. And so I guess that was faked or something. I don't think bounty hunters get to bring prisoners into airports.
I think they can. I don't know, obviously.
You think bounty hunters can bring
bounty
prisoners
hunters
and guns and stuff into airports?
Bounty hunters in quotes. I mean, there are there are people who work with law enforcement to sort of bring these people in.
Oh, you think she is still working with law enforcement?
I think she's a bounty hunter. I don't really know, but I think she could be in the law enforcement realm a bounty hunter. She's not a cop, she's not a detective, but she is working sort of with the law and legally to sort of do these things, hence the badge. Or she is a bounty hunter in the sense of, she's just doing this for money and she's working directly with the Avellino family and this has nothing to do with the law and all that. So, I don't know how she can bring Saeed on the plane without having some legality there with him handcuffed, that's how I thought she was able to do all that, was she was still sort of law enforcement in a sense.
I see. Okay. So it's like, yeah, I guess I thought the revelation was that she was not official, but
I think he says I assumed he called her a bounty hunter just to sort of in a sort of the most demeaning sense of the word.
Right. So this is some kind of extradition thing or something where Avellino's family wants to prosecute Saeed, and
I don't know. I think the part about them going to Guam is still weird to me. I don't know why Guam.
Yeah.
But I think the revelation is she's supposed to be working for the Avellino family. Now, whether or not that's true, I don't know. I think she
was
thinks
hired.
she is.
She said she was hired by them, right? Can you really hire a law enforcement official to work in an official capacity as a private citizen?
Yeah, why not? I don't know. I don't know how it works.
I don't either, but it just seems dicey.
This says, here's a little tidbit about bounty hunters. In some states, bounty hunters do not undergo any formal training and are generally unlicensed, only requiring sanction from a bail bondsman to operate. That's the legal part I was talking about.
I see.
So in other states, however, they are held to varying standards of training and licensure. In California, bounty hunters must undergo a background check and complete various courses that satisfy the Penal Code 1299 requirements. In most states, they are prohibited from carrying firearms without proper permits. Louisiana requires bounty hunters to wear clothing identifying them as such. So there is some legal framework for bounty hunters to work.
It sounds like they're not necessarily a part of the official legal system, but they are allowed to operate legally.
Yeah.
privately, legally. I didn't know that. I thought bounty hunter wasn't an actual job. I guess I thought it was.
I don't think someone who's a bounty hunter would necessarily call themselves a bounty hunter. This says in Texas, every bounty hunter is required to be a peace officer, level 3 security officer, or private investigator.
Aha. Okay.
So there's all these rules and laws.
Depending on the state, it's the whole thing.
Yeah.
I had no idea this was even out there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that changes my opinion completely.
So she's not as interesting as you thought she was?
No, it's basically the same as what I thought. It's the only revelation is that it's for Avellino.
Mhm. Yeah, that's really the big revelation here.
If that's the reason, which is kind of weird, but okay. And she's gonna bring him to Guam too. I don't know what, but. The Guam thing is weird. I mean, I don't think she's working for Ben, but I think she thinks she's working for Avellino's family. Now, whether or not that's true, and Ben, I mean, honestly, I want to think Ben somehow conspired to get Saeed on the plane this way, but I think Ben was surprised to see Saeed. He's surprised to see him on the plane too. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what's going on there. Yeah. Yeah, it's, they always want to, I feel like they want us to think it was fate or something, that he just happened to end up through various circumstances to get on that same plane. But then they also want us to think maybe it's Ben's doing. It's either fate or Ben. Maybe fate and Ben is the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. That's sort of what I felt like when Ben killed Locke. Like, it felt like Ben was being fate. Mhm. So yeah, maybe that's the big thing. I don't know. But there's a little more on that later. You know what I love about this scene is how they end it with, sort of her legs sort of wrapped around him, and they're both on the bed, and she's in this awkward position, and he kind of is too, and she has the gun on him. I would just love to see how they get out of that. Because if she sort of unwraps her legs around him, or she's got to be careful because he can make some sort of move and she could shoot him, and that whole tense situation. I want to see how they get out of that, and of course they just cut out of that. Yeah. They don't show you, like, if she says, okay, I'm gonna move my legs and don't you move or I'll shoot you, or she tells him to back up, or however they get out of that awkward interlocking that they're in. Yeah. No, they just cut away. Yeah. Yeah, that's the easiest way to untangle a scene. Just cut away and then show what happens later, and then you assume it had to have worked out somehow. Of course it did. Of course. Of course, we already know that because we know that she eventually gets him on the plane. So we know, like, whatever happens, he doesn't shoot her or anything, and if he escapes, it's not for long. Yeah. So. That's an easy out. I gotta remember that. Just cut away. Yeah, I made a note to myself. I'm like, you don't have to end a scene in a particularly great sort of way logically. You can end it in a cool way and just cut. Yeah. You don't have to sort of make it be nice and neat for the stuff you don't have to show afterwards. So. Yeah. Yeah. It's using the tools that are given them. Yeah. So you ready for the next scene? I am so ready for the next scene. Okay, good. Here we go. Sawyer goes into Saeed's cell and tells him to hit him in the face, take the keys, and escape. Saeed wants to stay there, even though they voted to kill him. Saeed knows why he's there now. He has a newfound sense of purpose. Sawyer doesn't understand and leaves. Sawyer's about to go home and then decides to go visit Kate. He asks her why she came back, why they came back. Kate says she only knows why she came back, but she doesn't get the chance to explain because a flaming Dharma bus crashes into a house. Sawyer and Kate leap into action. Kate helps some people get out of the house while Sawyer gets the water ready to spray, put out the fire. Jack comes out to help. Sawyer calls Phil, who leaves his post, clearing the way for a hooded boy who goes to Saeed's cell. The hooded boy's Ben, of course. Ben's glasses have been damaged by Roger as fallout from the earlier scene, and Saeed seems to be sympathetic. Ben asks Saeed if he can go with him if he lets him out. Saeed not only agrees, but says that is why he's there.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, I came here for you, Ben.
Oh, my God. Why did you say that? That's been so awesome.
Ben's, this is another example of something that Ben observes and uses later.
Yep.
That's weird. That's really weird.
Yeah, that's what's strange is so much of what Ben does and is capable of is not sort of 100% just him. It's all these other elements due to time travel and all this other weirdness that sort of positions him to know certain things or be aware. I mean, everything that happens from season 2, Henry Gale, Ben, up until now in terms of Saeed is completely colored differently now that we know, Ben rescues Saeed when he's a kid and gets shot for it.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if Ben wasn't a bad kid already or mistrusting of people or anything like that, he is now.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, Saeed could be a party to making Ben who he ended up becoming.
I know, that's the weird thing. He kills him for what he becomes, and he shoots him, but if him shooting him causes him to become that, then it's sort of it's sort of weird. It's like his badness came from nowhere.
Mhm.
It's just sort of yeah, that's the problem with this whole time travel thing. And it definitely freaks me out. I mean, like Sawyer acknowledges earlier in the episode that he knows about Ben, and so I think we're supposed to assume that they've all sort of, the people who are there, at least Sawyer and his crew, have seen Ben and know that he's living there.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they've eaten waffles with ham, a couple of times together, like he's around.
Yeah, and they just sort of accepted it. But I think it definitely, as you said, it definitely changes the way I view Ben in the future, because Ben sees all these people and Jack and Kate and Hurley haven't been there or Saeed haven't been there that long, but of course Saeed shoots him, which makes him memorable. But Sawyer and Juliet and Miles and that crew has been there for 3 years.
I mean, think about just the idea of putting Sawyer and Kate in the cages together.
Yeah.
The whole thing about that and them having the relationship and making Jack jealous with Ben knowing or presumably knowing that Juliet and Sawyer live together.
Yeah.
That's insane that we even have to deal with that.
I know. It's so, it makes Ben's knowingness sort of, like you said, it kind of demystifies it.
It does. It waters it down. It's not like he's, he doesn't sort of know these people just because he's got this great tactical mind. It's like, well, he got their names from 40 years ago.
Yeah.
And, he talked to some of them and sort of knew them a little bit and all these stuff. And it changes his character dramatically.
Yeah. Now that I know we're supposed to believe that Ben's been there the whole time and they know about him and, it's just, that's, ugh. it's gonna be weird. It's gonna be weird when I rewatch that stuff. I'm just gonna think
totally.
you know all these people already, and and.
Oh my God! Oh man, how can you watch the Saeed torturing Henry Gale thing the same after this? You know?
Yeah, like that's totally crazy now. It has a whole complete other layer that it didn't have before.
Because Ben is thinking to Saeed, Ben is thinking the whole time like, you don't even know what you're gonna do. You don't even know like. You don't even know you're gonna time travel. You don't even know that.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean oh God. And now like that whole thing with Juliet, like I was unsure about that. I definitely think that's plausible now. The idea that he gets Juliet because she's Juliet from the past. It's ridiculous, but it seems plausible now. And I'm waiting for the scene where young Ben comes over to the motor pool and tries to talk up Juliet, exactly.
And she just scamper.
Yeah.
But
you just wait.
I'll be patient.
I'm gonna get older and I'm gonna lead the others, and then you'll be mine, all mine.
Because I'm drinking milk.
Exactly.
Dharma milk.
No cows were used.
They have cows with the flame. I hope they're using that milk.
You think they're using that milk? I got a feeling they were just sort of companion cows. Whatever that means.
Yeah, because people like to have cows around for the conversation.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that. Why is that? Why are we supposed to believe that's why they have the cows? Like
I would assume the same reason they eat the chickens and all the other animals.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that they. I mean, I would not want to have to kill a cow and try to make that edible.
Yeah.
But I think for milk and cheese and crap, I think why not? I mean, I guess they could order that stuff, but I don't know. I don't know why else they would have. I mean, I don't know why they have the animals anyway.
Yeah, it always seemed weird to me to have the cows there. I know, like the flame doesn't seem like the place you would put the cows.
Yeah, it's like the flame or the farm. Which one is it?
Ouch.
I know. Take that.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of worked when Dharma was more mysterious, but now that just doesn't seem to make sense. But yeah, I think you're right. I guess we're supposed to believe that they just like having fresh cow stuff.
Fresh cow stuff. Give it to me.
Oh God, yeah. All right. Anyway, yeah, Ben. It's all over now. Like there's no turning back. I mean, what he knows,
Oh yeah, totally.
There's just no way out. Now we have to view what Ben does later to some extent with this in mind.
I mean, think about the Purge.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, also, like, The Man Behind the Curtain seems like a really weird episode now where they left out some really key events.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they just skipped over all this stuff. Like it didn't matter, but, like, there, during the years between, when he's older and the Purge and when he first arrives is this stuff, And that's just weird to imagine. It always freaks me out when they kind of fill in things with much more shocking developments.
Yeah.
Like if I had known that back then, like it would have really changed the way I, perceived what was going on.
Definitely.
Like oh God. Yeah, I don't know what we're supposed to think about the Purge now. So it's the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't. And I think there's even more crazy stuff. I mean, Ben has the opportunity. Well, I guess this is a turning point. I don't know what's going to happen with Ben now. I mean, obviously he doesn't go with the others at this point.
Right.
He goes back to Dharma, so he's got potential to learn more and observe more.
Well, we know that he doesn't go with the others until much later.
Yeah.
Because he's with Dharma up until the Purge.
Yeah, so that's the thing. He's got all that time to, experience more stuff that deals with the future and deals with the Losties.
Mhm.
So this is just like the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. No, I know. It is much crazier than that. But that was an episode which spanned this time period,
Yeah.
where they actually, I mean, I don't necessarily think they knew all this at that time, but if they did, like, it potentially could have really blown our minds showing us that back then. If they had just put in a scene where one of those characters was just in the background or something, that would have been...
Oh, my God.
That would have been insane back then.
Yeah. It would have been cool with some, maybe some mention of, like, LaFleur back then, and we didn't get to know who that was until, like, now. That would have been pretty awesome.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, oh, God, I don't know what to do. So,
there's quite a bit to talk about, I think.
Let's see. Yeah, there's this whole thing with Kate. I guess they're setting that up for later. Presumably we'll find out what Kate's story is and what Hurley's story is, and I guess we know what Jack's story is, so.
I like the whole reversal thing here of Sawyer going to talk to Jack and finding Kate there. Like Jack went to talk to Sawyer and found Juliet there. I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, the whole thing about her, why she came back, she's still not telling us.
Wait.
Gonna have to wait.
So, is there something going on with, I keep hearing this noise.
What kind of noise?
It sounds like someone's like wrapping presents.
Like static noise?
No, like scraping. Like that. Did you hear that?
I don't hear anything.
I'm hearing this like scraping noise. You're not hearing anything at all?
Let me hear.
Well, not right now.
Oh. Well, when is it going? I don't know when it's at. I haven't heard anything.
This whole time? All right. I'll try to point it out. I don't know. Okay, so you're not like wrapping presents.
No, I don't do my Christmas shopping this early.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure. I don't think that's me. I don't know. So it's
like a crackling sound, or
it sounds
scraping?
like it sounds like scraping or what's another word like that? Like swishing, like.
Give me some more onomatopoeia. Sloshing?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sort of like if I took a sheet of paper and kind of like split it across a table or something repeatedly. So that's what it sounds like.
That makes you think of wrapping presents?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you normally sort of move the paper and then move the box, and that's what it sounds like to me.
All right. No, I'm not doing that.
Okay, well, I don't hear it anymore, so I'll probably just move on. I don't know. It was freaking me out. Are you saying you think Sawyer didn't go to see Kate, but he went to see Jack? Did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay, like I kind of got that sense too. On the other hand, like he knew Kate lived there because he waved to her there. You know?
I don't think that's the house he went to, though. I think because the way that they had it set up from before was sort of from a right to left perspective was Sawyer's house,
and the middle was Jack's, and then the far left was Kate's. And the way they sort of shot this, it looks like he went to the middle house. And then, of course, you know, when he gets there, it's a little awkward, and then Kate kind of looks inside and looks like, oh, crap, and then she comes, you know, it looks like someone else is in there with her. And then Sawyer says, you know, why are you back and all that stuff. So I thought that was supposed to be like, you know, he goes to Jack to try to figure out what to do about Saeed, and finds Kate there, and he's like, God damn it, you know, why the hell, why are you here, you know? And, of course, picking up on the previous scene when he sort of, I think, realizes that, you know, Juliet and Kate have talked about the whole thing. So I think he went to Jack's house. I don't. Why would he go to? I mean, why would he sort of go to Juliet and Kate in this situation?
I thought the shot they showed of him, like he's about to go home and he changes his mind. You know, like I thought from that angle, the house we see him go to was the one where Kate was standing on the porch in the previous episode, and in the last one last week when Jack comes to talk to him. You know. I didn't think they showed where Jack's house was, because Jack sort of comes from the other direction. Like he comes from the other side, like not from where Kate's house is, but like, you know.
Oh, isn't
perpendicularly.
I thought Jack was in the middle between Sawyer and Kate. Or maybe I'm thinking...
I didn't think it was in the middle. I thought it was like... Well, I have no idea. I didn't think we really established where Jack's house was. But when he came, and, you know, he meets Phil on the way there, like, I think that's, like, across the way from Sawyer, not, like, over to the right, sort of, or left, or whatever, where Kate's Porsche was, which is where he goes here. But, like, so I'm saying all that. On the other hand, it does, the way they play it, it does seem like he's going there for Jack. So, like, I sort of think that's true. But it just seemed weird because I feel like he should have known Kate was there based on the shot. Like, it looked to me like he was going to the place where he'd seen Kate before. So I
mean, that's the thing. He should be going to talk to Jack because he... You know, this is cutting right from the scene when Saeed doesn't want to be rescued.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what to do to help him. And so, you know, for him to go to Kate in this situation and ask her this sort of emotional, personal thing makes no sense. But I do think there's some strangeness in who lives where. But I the way the scene plays off, it seems like he was going to talk to Jack and Kate was there and he was sort of surprised and.
Yeah.
She definitely looked like she was hiding something when he got there, and then he, you know, and he didn't say, "Hey, Kate, I came over to ask you about Saeed." You know, like he was like he saw her, and that sort of was like, "Now let's talk about this thing."
Right. Yeah, I feel like he asked about that because Saeed says he knew why he was there. You know, and so it was sort of picking up that thread.
Mhm.
It sort of got him thinking about why they were there.
Yeah, exactly.
So the idea is like he's sort of run out of ideas, and so now he's just going to go to Jack and see if Jack can come up with something to do. He's sort of falling back to.
Either that, or I guess you could maybe say. Yeah, it's just about the why are you guys here, and he goes to Kate to ask that question. But I do think they're both surprised when they see each other.
Yeah, it plays that way. It doesn't play straightforwardly, and so I agree with that. It's just I don't know.
She closes. She looks inside and closes the door.
Yeah, and the symmetry is good. With the previous one. So. Yeah, I think that's right. Maybe we're supposed to believe that that's actually Jack's house and Kate was there before as well or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he's just surprised to see her there again or whatever.
That what now? That's what?
I'm saying when he saw Kate over there before, like maybe we're supposed to believe that was Jack's house. You know, that was Jack's house then, too. You know, and that she was there.
See, but that scene where they set that up, I need to see that again because what was it Sawyer was coming from Jack's house and Jack waved to Kate on her porch? Or
no.
was it Jack was leaving
okay,
Jack
hold
was
on.
leaving Sawyer's house?
Jack was leaving Sawyer's house, and Sawyer goes to the porch and looks to the right and sees Kate on presumably her porch, and they wave to each other.
Okay.
Jack didn't go over there. You know
I don't want to believe that she was at Jack's house and Jack didn't go over there, and she's just hanging out on the front porch contemplating getting back to the island at Jack's house. They're not supposed to even really know each other, so it wouldn't be good for their cover for Jack and Kate to be hanging out, and that'd be weird. So, I think it's Sawyer went to Jack's house.
Okay.
Because if he went to Kate's house, he shouldn't have been surprised to see her.
That's true. Okay. All right. I'll buy that.
I did like Sawyer's line of 3 years and no burning bus, and you guys are back for one day.
Oh yeah.
I just like that. That's what he's pissed about. Like, God damn it.
Well, he's LaFleur. He keeps things in line, and something like that's not supposed to happen on his watch. Are we supposed to think that Lil Ben did that?
Lil Ben? You mean the good son?
Yes, I do.
I think we are supposed to think
Evil
that.
Harry Potter?
I think we are supposed to think that.
Yeah,
and
I agree.
think it's a little bit fitting that, Ben, kills his dad in one of those buses.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's a big thing. That's a lot to do there.
Well, here's the problem. I mean, to me, the simple thing is, lighting a fire is no big deal. We've all done that, right?
Good point. Sure.
But actually, getting it to sort of, I don't know, drive or whatever, and then for it to go straight was the most incredulous part of that. I mean, it's running over barriers and running through fences, and it's still on its course straight towards the thing.
Yeah.
And it went quite a distance, too.
I wasn't necessarily thinking it was implausible for him to be able to do it. I was just thinking it's kind of an extreme step, that Ben's willing to take to get Saeed. That's. It ends up setting this whole house on fire. It's pretty. Yeah. It's definitely over the line, I think.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been shot yet. He's sort of already willing to go there.
Well, it is a very good diversion. Ben's obviously wanting to get some situation that would make Phil have to leave. What could you do to make sure that every security person is there? Start a big diversion.
There has to be a lot, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what's weird. It wasn't just Ben's outside and he's got gasoline and he sort of lights a fire on the house, and then it's like a big bus comes through.
Yeah.
Van or whatever. It was extreme, but it's Ben.
It has been, and Ben was Ben even before he was shot, to some extent.
And it worked. It
did work.
The whole shot of behind the hooded person, and he seems a little bit taller. Maybe it's an adult, and then he walks in, and then it's like, what happened to your glasses? And it just totally deflates that mystery and
they can't quite resist that for some reason. They couldn't just show Ben right away. It was they wanted to play a little bit with, could it be someone else?
Yeah.
Who might this hooded figure be?
Oh, look, it's nobody. No one else that you. Not that Ben's nobody.
It's nobody.
There's nobody. Pay no attention to the kid in the hood.
Yeah. That's, oh, God. What are you going to do? What happened to your glasses?
Dad. Oh, my dad. He's so bad to me.
Oh.
I don't really like who they got as a kid for Ben. This kid actor guy. Sometimes I like what he does, but when he has to sort of be sad or crying, I don't really. I think it's hard to sort of look good crying or look believable, but I don't think he really pulls it off. I really think one of Michael Emerson's definable qualities is sort of his eyes.
Yeah.
And I think they cast a kid who has big eyes.
Yeah.
But that's not what Michael Emerson. It's not that his eyes are just big. He can emote with them, and they're sort of intense. And this kid doesn't have that. He just sort of has big eyes, which is not enough to me to sort of come across as, I don't really feel like he has the sort of persona that I would expect of a young Ben.
He's definitely not there yet. I do think he's pretty good though. I think I probably liked him more in the original episode than I liked him here. And some of the crying scenes are a little bit off.
Yeah, I think sometimes I like what he does, but sometimes I don't think he really pulls it off.
I feel like I feel like it's a pretty heavy load to try to step into that role of Ben as a kid. I mean, it's Michael Emerson is such a unique actor that I think it's tricky to really pull off what he's supposed to be like as a kid, and really make that have the appropriate weight. And I think he does a pretty good job. I agree that I wouldn't mind it being a little bit better, but I think I think the idea is that, Ben isn't quite Ben yet. He's still kind of a kid, and he hasn't really developed his Ben persona yet.
Yeah.
And I sort of buy that. It doesn't seem like he would be sort of born that way. And we're sort of seeing some of the experiences that lead to that, I think. And, we already saw some of them. But I agree that he could be better, but I do like him, so I don't know. I'm conflicted about that. I don't know.
Next scene?
Fair enough. When you run out of things to say, you go to the next scene.
Unless you have any theories of why Kate came back.
Oh. Yeah, we already talked about that kind of. I guess the idea is that she gave up Aaron. Oh, that still doesn't explain why she went back. Yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, I think she came back for Sawyer, and she's disappointed now.
Oh, Sawyer. You think it was Sawyer?
I don't know what else.
Well, that's simple. I didn't even think of that. I thought it had to be some kind of crazy, she had some vision of somebody, and they told her it was her destiny. I thought it was going to be a whole thing, but yeah, I guess the easiest solution would be she just came back to Sawyer.
And I half expected Sawyer to say, why did y'all come back, and and him to say, what about that thing I whispered to you?
Oh, God. Yeah.
Bring that back up.
Yeah. Yeah, God, they still haven't told us what that's about yet. Oh, man. These guys, they really let things linger.
They take their time.
Yeah. I sort of buy that, but it's kind of weird because she just does a 180. It doesn't seem like she's thinking about Sawyer at all when she's just like, you guys are crazy, I'm out of here. She just completely changes her mind in the next 24 hours. And what could have happened? Are they, or is it just gonna not make sense? Is she just gonna all of a sudden decide to do it? I can't connect that at all. I want it to be some big thing.
Maybe after Kate leaves the pier with Aaron, maybe at some point Aaron's like, when is my real mommy going to come back? Kate's like, holy crap, and so she feels guilty, and so I mean, like I said, I think she gave Aaron to, Claire's mother.
Do you think Aaron knows that she's not her real mommy?
They don't look alike.
You're right, they don't look alike. But does Aaron realize that? I mean, Aaron doesn't seem that old.
No, he's really young. I mean, I don't. I think it would be incredible if he said anything like that.
Okay.
But this is Lost, so.
This is Lost, and you're right. That would be something that would probably freak Kate out.
Yeah.
I could see that being a big deal to her if he just.
And they could do something crazy like Claire visits Aaron.
Okay.
You know, like they could do that.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they've already kind of done that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, it probably has something to do with that. All you know, that whole thing.
I still love that scene though when she's in Jack's house and Jack comes in and get a drink and the whole mystery of who's in his bedroom and she's like, "Don't ask me about Aaron." And I love that. That little scene just is, I don't know, something about that.
Mhm. Yeah. No, that was good. That was a good scene. I hope they don't ruin it.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I hope they don't show us what happened before that. It's just awful. It makes no sense.
Yeah, and it just sort of takes all the wind out of that scene.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have any magic anymore. I agree it's good though. That was a weird episode. That was a really weird one.
That was all over the place.
I still haven't really dealt with that one yet. Everybody just sort of moved on, and you know, I guess this explains Saeed's bit in that, which wasn't too crazy, but it was weird to get hit with so much unexplained stuff at once.
Yeah.
And not to understand. Like, characters go through these big changes and you have no idea why, and it's really fast. Like, that's just, they don't usually do that. Anyway.
Yeah, next scene.
Next scene, the airport. Back to the airport. Alana leads Saeed to the gates. Saeed notices that the other Losties are there, the Oceanic Six. Saeed asks Alana to take another plane. Alana insists on that plane, and then we cut to them on the plane, and then we get a sort of a replay where Ben shows up at the last minute, and we replay the earlier scene where Hurley freaks out about that. And then Saeed asks Alana if she's working for Ben Linus, a very bad man. And Alana says, "Why would I work for someone like that?" And Saeed says, "I did." That's the end of the scene.
I did. It's so weird. It's such a weird, like, you know, accusing someone of working for this evil person, and they're like, why would anyone do that? I did. Oh man, it's so bad. Good.
Yeah.
I do like the fact that he sort of immediately questioned her about that, and getting Saeed's perspective on this was interesting. Especially when, like, we got to see, you know, he sort of sees Kate, like, right there in front of him. He could have, like, kicked her.
Yeah. Yeah, he could have. Yeah, no, that was nice. I mean, when we saw this before, we didn't really even get to hear him speak. He was sort of, it was really up in the air what he was thinking about all this and why he was there and all that. So it was definitely nice to fill that in, and I agree that it was good that he jumped to that conclusion about Ben immediately, or wondered about it immediately. Do you think there's any chance? I guess you've already said, like, you don't actually think that that Alana works for Ben, right? Uh-oh. Is it just me? Am I talking to myself? Sounds like I am. So let's see. What can I do in the interim?
I'm back.
Oh, not much. Good.
What did I miss?
You didn't miss nothing. What did you leave off on?
I was talking about Did you hear what I was saying about from Saeed's perspective, the whole?
I started talking about that. You probably got cut off. What were you saying?
Oh, okay. I was just saying it's the first thing I was saying was that I thought it was cool how Saeed, after he sees Ben on the plane, he sort of immediately questions Ilana if she's working with him. I thought that was cool. And then I was saying it was cool getting Saeed's perspective of boarding the plane and seeing all the people and the fact that Kate was sort of like right in front of him, like he sort of could have kicked her.
Right.
Okay,
yeah, that's where you left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I sort of took it from there and echoed what you said, and then the place where I realized you weren't there was when I asked you, I think you said it earlier, but you don't actually think that she works for Ben, right?
I don't think she thinks she works for Ben.
Aha. A distinction.
Yes.
Okay, so you think it's possible that she works for Ben indirectly, but she doesn't necessarily know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only reason for her to be working for Ben is if Ben wanted to get Saeed on this plane.
Right.
But I'm still not convinced that Ben wanted to get Saeed on this plane.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I just think he was surprised to see him. Maybe Ben's a faker, but when Ben sees Saeed on the plane, I think Ben is surprised.
I think Ben wanted to get him. I mean, that was sort of the mission he was on with Miss Hawking.
Well, I mean, yeah, wanting to get him on the plane, an ideal situation, yeah. But I think I just think he was surprised to see Saeed, so it makes me doubt that he was behind Saeed being there.
Okay, so you're interpreting his look as surprise.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I wonder.
It's not clear cut. I mean,
I don't want to sort of have Ben be behind everything that happens. Okay, that was something I was going to bring out earlier. I mean, I don't think there's any way that Ben would just have Saeed kill people for 3 years and, they're just like random people that he doesn't really care about, or, like he's setting up the whole thing. Like I feel like the people he has Saeed kill, he actually wants to be killed, for some reason.
Mhm.
I want to think that. I mean, it would be weird if it was just all, some strange scheme to have Saeed do this. It's like busy work for Saeed to do for years to set up.
Oh, yeah, no way. No way Ben has the time or interest to give Saeed busy work.
Okay.
I definitely don't think that that's true.
Yeah, so like those people are somebody that Ben cares to kill, and so I just wish I knew. I just wish I knew what they were about and why he wanted to kill them and all that. But I feel like it's at least possible that in some way, as you suggested, like he's responsible for him being there, but not that he just hired her directly. Like I could definitely believe that she doesn't know that. For some reason, she seems trustworthy.
Right?
I can't exactly explain why, but she comes across as trustworthy.
Yeah, when Saeed asks her, if she gives her answer, I'm just like, and it's not even a real answer, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she pretty much just says, "Why would I work for someone like that?" It's not a no. But nonetheless, it does seem like for some reason she's telling the truth. So yeah, I'm inclined to believe that. But
maybe Whitmore sent her.
Yeah, I mean, I think Avellino at least is supposedly affiliated with Whitmore somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So so he presumably has some kind of connection with that, and so to me, it definitely would make sense that he would be behind that.
Could it be some weird situation where half of the Oceanic Six get on there because of Ben and other people get on there because of Whitmore?
Oh, no.
Like Hurley and I guess Son is because of Ben.
Yeah.
But,
Well, there's 5 of them, so they're gonna have to. Someone's gonna win.
Yeah.
And Jack was Ben, Sun was Ben, and Hurley and Saeed and Kate are unknown.
Unknown, yeah.
So.
It'd be interesting if Widmore sort of, is aware of what's going on and the need to recreate the thing and get everyone back on the plane. Well, he does know that. He does know that that's what Locke was trying to do, was get them to come back.
Yeah, yeah.
So if he's aware of this flight and all that, and Saeed did sort of kill his guys.
Oh, and he was the one who suggested Miss Hawking originally.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. So he's aware of a lot of things. So I think it's possible that he could be behind a lot of, there's a direct connection there between Avellino and Widmore, supposedly. So
yeah, I mean, we're supposed to believe that at least.
Yeah.
So it might be true.
Oh, that reminds me of something else, a character. God damn it, where's the transcript? Somebody mentioned something, sort of reinterpreted something, and I'm like, oh, we're supposed to believe that's how it happened. I forgot what it was and who said it.
Oh, no.
It was...
From this episode?
Yeah, it was like... I feel like it was Saeed, not to mention the fact he's in a lot of the scenes here.
Yeah.
But, somebody mentioned something about an event, and I, sort of phrased it in a way, I'm like, oh, okay, maybe that's how we're supposed to take that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what it was, though, so...
Okay. Well,
there's your empty whatever. Yeah.
Well, we can all let's all try to think about.
Oh, maybe it was. Well, there was the thing when Saeed said, I don't think this was it, but Saeed mentioned the thing about the swan, and it was to study electromagnetism. There's the incident.
Mm-hmm.
He sort of recapped that chain of events. I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
But that was what we pretty much know.
Yeah.
There was what was it? I don't remember. Maybe it'll come to me.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, the incident, the swan. Yeah, it sometimes scenes like that are weird when they've had it happen a lot over the course of this show where a character kind of summarizes something that we've seen, and a lot of times the summary will be not exactly what I would have said based on what we see.
Exactly. It was something like that where it's like, oh, okay, that's their perspective. Maybe the show is saying this is the perspective we're supposed to have.
Like, one example of that would be when they went to the Tempest, and then in the next episode, Kate's like, and we found out it wasn't a power station, but a poison gas factory.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I didn't realize we found that out, but thank you, Kate, for informing me.
Yeah.
Now I know what we found out. Because, sometimes the things they say about the Black Rock and the Dharma stations, definitely that thing, I don't know. I was surprised he even remembered the incident. It's been a long time. A lot of stuff has happened since then. And they didn't really even talk about it a lot. Presumably you watched the orientation film, but it wasn't. They didn't show them having extended discussions about what happened to the Swan Station and all that.
I'm gonna say Saeed brought that detail back up because we're gonna need to remember that pretty soon here. I think they're keeping that whole thing alive.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right.
I think Rosinski's harping on the Swan for a reason.
Oh God,
it's more than just to be annoying. So.
I hope so. It better be. Or it won't be worth it.
It's almost like we're supposed to care about the confidentiality of the Swan.
Yeah. It's hard for us to care because we know what all becomes of all this.
Yeah.
And so it's like, your security concerns don't matter, so shut up.
It'll be fine, trust me.
Yeah, that. The issue is not the intel that the others have about the Swan. That really doesn't come into play, I promise. It's no big deal. Just settle down. Yeah. I wonder how much they're going to show us of that. I wonder how much. I mean, they're actually going to show us the incident.
Oh, my God.
You know.
Yeah. I just had a crazy idea.
Okay.
Like, you know, they're building the Swan, and Hurley comes over and presses a button, and there's your incident. Oops.
Oh, no. Not Hurley.
I can see it being Hurley.
Why did it have to be Hurley?
No, because no one will blame him. But, oh, Hugo. Oh, no.
What's this? Boop. Oh, no.
Yeah, exactly. Mix in a little drama and suspense, and there you go. There's your incident.
There's your incident. Oh, God.
Maybe
I hope
reverse of
that.
Some sort of mirror image of, you know, the classic scene where Hurley sees the numbers on the Swan hatch and tries to stop Locke from opening.
Oh, God, yeah.
I love that. No, don't. What, you want me to do it? Okay. That's fucking Locke, man. That's why he's dead now. Oh, wait.
Oh.
Maybe not.
Yeah. No, that was, oh, God. That was a crazy time. That was the first time where I was like, Locke, I don't know about you. I'm not sure if I can go along with your plan, because Hurley was pretty clear. With the flailing of arms and stop, don't do that, over and over again. I don't know. How about you just wait a second and hear him out? You can do it. You can do it
exactly.
Anyway.
It's not like you couldn't hear him out and then quickly say, no, I want to light it, and then light it.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah. It's so now that I know more about Locke, I sort of buy that he does that because he is kind of impulsive, but at the time it just seemed weird because he was season 1 Locke before that, and I didn't think he was impulsive back then. So it's just like, I'm just going to do this. I don't care no matter what you're going to say, I want to light this. And that's just, you know, anyway. Yeah, I could, it's weird because they know there's an incident. And I wonder how much that's going to matter, you know, what kind of role the fact that they know that there's an incident is going to play in the actual incident.
Yeah. I mean, Saeed could warn them about the incident if they knew more information about it. You know, which of course shouldn't stop it.
No.
But yeah, you know, all of this time travel stuff and this, you know, the foreknowledge and retro knowledge or whatever. I don't know.
Electro knowledge.
Retro.
Oh, okay.
You said electro?
Electro knowledge.
I like that.
I do too. I didn't know what you meant, but it sounded interesting.
Electro knowledge.
Retro knowledge, yeah, that makes more sense. Anyway, so you ready for the next and final scene?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Ben lets Saeed out of his cell, and they leave together. They run through the jungle. A van drives by, and Saeed hides Ben and sort of crouches to hide. But when the bus stops, and Jin comes out to investigate, Saeed comes out from hiding to talk to Jin. Jin asks Saeed what he's doing. Saeed says that Sawyer let him go. Phil on the radio says that Saeed escaped. Saeed wants to leave, but Jin wants to talk to Sawyer first to verify. Saeed preempts the call by flipping Jin over and knocking him out. Ben is impressed, but wants to leave, get away. Saeed grabs Jin's gun and says, "You were right about me. I am a killer," and shoots Ben. Ben falls to the ground. Saeed runs away, lost.
I think Saeed's line about him being a killer would have, been a little more impactful if he actually killed Jin in this scene. That would have been pretty powerful to be like, yeah, Jen, I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to shoot Ben, and I'm a monster.
Yeah. That's the thing. They're not quite. Yeah. I don't quite buy it. That's the problem. If they wanted to make it work, they'd have to make Saeed worse than he really is.
Yeah.
And so they just have him say it. It's like that's supposed to be enough. So comments.
I'm still trying to think of why does Saeed shoot Ben? I kind of feel like he's. I don't know. I feel like it's to sort of stop what happens, and he sort of doesn't know that he can't, or knows that he can't, but wants to try, or I don't know. I mean, maybe it's as simple as he doesn't want Ben to come with him. You could argue, I guess, that he knows he can't kill him, but he just needs to sort of stop him so that is not able to follow him, because he's not going to take him to the others. I don't know. I can't really pinpoint anything here specifically. It's weird. It's definitely strange.
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of what I was getting at in the earlier scenes. I thought they were trying to explain what he does here at the end, and I don't know. I couldn't really figure out exactly what the issue was. They don't really, in this episode, they don't really emphasize what Ben does, on the island during the first, 4 seasons before they get off. I mean, they don't really talk about that at all. What they show us here is the period of time where Saeed was working for Ben and what the ending of that was like, and then how Ben came back and tried to, get Saeed to go get Hurley, and we know what happens after that. So it seemed like somehow that was supposed to explain it. That was the impression I got. But yeah, I still don't really know. I don't really know what Saeed thinks about what he was doing. If he was suspicious, or if he just didn't like the way Ben cut him off, or he didn't like that Ben called him a killer, or what did he think about Locke, or I really, or was it Alana, or what was it that put him over the edge? I really don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's not clear at all. Saeed hasn't been informed that that they can't change anything.
Yeah.
So I feel like he doesn't necessarily know that.
I'll buy he doesn't necessarily know it, but I think it's, if he's thinking, okay, I'll shoot Ben, then he should think, okay, well, what does that mean in terms of the future? I mean, does he assume his past experiences with Ben will just vanish from his memory? And I mean, that's the thing. I think he might not know explicitly that he can't change anything, but he should be sort of worried if he actually can, what would that even mean,
Right. Yeah, that's why I feel like I want more motivation, because I want to believe that he's willing to take the chance of whatever's going to happen if he kills Ben as a kid, because he so much doesn't want Ben to, grow up and be alive and do the things he does later. I want to believe that for it to work, but I think
that's it. I really think it's just about stopping Ben from doing all the bad. I mean, he just kills all the Dharma people.
Yeah.
Say mentions that, and I think he just. I think it's weird because it seems like it should come from a personal motivation directly from recent history. With the whole killing of the guys, the Whitmore guys, and like that should have led up to this event. But it doesn't seem like that there's enough there to make that the basis for his decision to shoot Ben. It's more of just a general, Ben is bad, I don't want him to be around in the future. I can deal with that, but I think it's the disconnect is that you'd expect it to be the other stuff, that would lead him to do this. Like at some point Saeed found out that all of this was a farce and Ben was responsible for killing Nadia just to get him to kill all these other guys. And, now he's really, really pissed, and he killed Locke and all this stuff, and all,
right.
all the lies. Saeed realizes, that they're all lies, and that's
right.
why he does it. But that's not what happens.
Yeah, that's the version of the episode I would expect.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would totally buy that if he really found all that out. It seemed like he never really knew. Like he vaguely knew he shouldn't trust him, but he never actually got clear confirmation that Ben was lying about that off-island stuff.
Yeah.
Just like he suspected it, and that's it. And that doesn't seem like enough. So, yeah,
I also feel like he's making conclusions based on things that are happening, with this time travel stuff and sort of fate and purpose. And I don't know what he's using for his basis, but I feel like he's drawing conclusions about certain things. And maybe that's the missing piece. Maybe he'll explain it or something like, this thing happened, and so, and now this thing is happening, and so, that's why I did this, because, it makes sense on some grander level or something. And, like the thing I said before about, he decides to be patient because Ben said patience will work, and it does work for Ben in the long run.
Right.
Ben has to wait until he's, in his 30s or whatever, till the purge to sort of leave Dharma,
Yeah.
So I feel like there's something there. Maybe they'll fill it in, and that's what's weird is I think dramatically it makes sense for him to sort of shoot Ben. It's not like, oh my God, I never would have saw that coming. When you see the scene, it's not like it's unbelievable, but it is definitely not all nice and neat. So maybe, I don't know, we'll see next couple episodes what happens. Unless we have to wait another season for a Saeed episode.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope not. So, I presume you don't think Ben's gonna die, right?
There's no way he's dying.
Okay. Yeah. I don't either.
Like I said, you get shot by a gun. It doesn't mean you're dead. It all depends on where the bullet hits. It really does.
Yeah.
He did shoot him in the chest, didn't he?
They could have Ben die if they wanted to, but I don't think they will.
How can they have him die?
Well, okay. Let me qualify that. Like, based on what they showed of him getting shot, like just, independent of the time travel issues and all that, they've had people shot in that style before and die.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. But you're right that it would create all sorts of problems. And when I initially saw this scene, I freaked out for about half a second before I realized that he probably wasn't dead.
No way. As soon as he shot him, I'm just like, there's no way he's dead.
I for a half second, I was like, oh my God, they're going there. Now Ben's dead. What does that mean?
No. Here's the thing. I would be... they probably could do it on Lost, but I still would be surprised if they showed someone killing a kid. On that level. Shooting him alone is, I think, sort of graphic, but
yeah, it was pretty. I was surprised they actually showed him shooting him. That's pretty intense.
Yeah, exactly.
Children generally aren't supposed to be in too much danger.
Yeah, children and animals.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought that was pretty strong. What they actually, because like what they showed, as I said, is enough for them to say he's dead. Like they, even if they come back later, like they don't leave it showing that he's okay.
Mm-hmm.
They leave it on an uncertain note, and so
that's the thing.
Pretty strong.
Jen is there. Here's the thing. If this situation was, Saeed and Ben by themselves somewhere, and he gets shot in the chest, he could be in he can get shot non-fatally and then bleed to death. That's, that could happen.
Right.
But Jen is there. He's just knocked out. He's going to wake up any second. He's going to see Ben is shot. He's going to, call it in to LaFleur and take him to...
Mm-hmm.
Juliet or Jack.
Next week on Lost. Here we go.
Oh my God! I just saw the scene where Jack has to get the bullet out of Ben. And Jack has to relive the surgery of Benjamin Linus again. Oh my God, I don't want to see that scene.
And then it's like Jack was saving Ben a second time later.
A second time.
And Ben knew
and
that.
That's why Ben knew Jack would do it in the future because he did it in the past. See, now I want to just throw up.
You really should. There's no other response that works for all this. What do you? So what about Jen? Why is Jen kind of suspicious a little bit here, as far as like, you know, I'm gonna call Sawyer and verify and all that. Like, what's all that about?
I think he's. Well, first I have to say the levels of what's the word? I don't even know what the word is. The sort of level of the levels.
Okay.
The levels here of like, you know, the sort of one level of Saeed sort of being this hostile and Jin being Dharma, that's sort of a level. The level of them having this previous or future history on the island and sort of being friends, that's a level. The level of, you know, Jin not really trusting him and Saeed not trusting Jin and actually trying to get one over on him is a level. So you get all these levels built up in terms of sort of their dynamic, and it's really interesting, the dynamic of in the scene. So why is Jin being suspicious? I think because, you know, he heard that there's a huge fire, and in 3 years nothing like that's ever happened. It seems like an escape. He saw, you know, Saeed sort of hiding and stuff. Looks like, you know, he escaped. Saeed does a good job in trying to cover it up, but I think, you know, Jin. I mean, I really think it's for the drama. I mean, I think that they could have had Jin say, okay, you know, I believe you. I believe Sawyer let you go. That's fine. Keep moving or whatever. But it works better this way. Although I am pissed at Saeed for attacking Jin.
It does provide Saeed the gun.
Yeah, there it is, the gun.
That's one big thing it does.
And that's the thing. It's leading up to Saeed shooting Ben, and if you know, if Jin was around, even if Saeed had a gun, if Jin was around, you'd have to have Jin trying to stop that, and then, you know, when Ben comes out of the bushes, you know, then the jig is up. Anyway, so the thing, he kind of has to not trust him for the scene to play out the way they want it to.
Yeah, it just seems odd, like. Part of the weird thing is that Sawyer was gonna let him out, you know, was gonna have him escape, and so this like was almost true in that it could have happened that way.
Yeah.
But Saeed decided not to go along with that plan, and so I don't know, like if Jin calls Sawyer and he tells him that's not true, like what does he do? He hauls Saeed in, like he doesn't let him go. Like, really?
I think in that case, if it wasn't about, you know, the whole thing of shooting Ben and it was just sort of more about Saeed escaping, I think, I think he would have let him go.
Yeah.
He's already escaped.
That's what I want to think too, and that's why it's just, but it's probably, all right.
And maybe, this is 3 years of going by sort of, you know, Dharma security regulations.
Right.
I think to some degree that's, you know, ingrained.
Yeah.
And I think maybe, you know, you could say that Jin might feel that Sawyer wouldn't sort of let Saeed go without, you know, maybe telling Jin.
Consulting
him.
Or,
or at least giving him some sort of heads up about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that, hey, if again you see Saeed on the run, this time, you know, let him go.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the first time he didn't have a choice because Radzinski was there.
Yeah.
So he had to sort of play along. So, are we allowed to reveal what the title of next week's episode is?
Yeah, I guess we're at the end of our episode recap, so spoiler alert, a minor spoiler alert, I guess, but
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, nevertheless.
The spoiler being the title of next week's episode, and that alone, I don't know any more than that, so don't worry. That's all I got. Yeah, so the title of next week's episode is Whatever Happened, Happened. And
another gold mine.
Which is a line they've already said. I guess Dan said that a while ago. When they encountered Amy with the others.
Yep.
So that title, besides the other reasons, that title really makes me think that Ben's gonna live, and that's sort of going to be the point, or one of the points that Ben really can't die here. It's sort of not possible,
Yeah.
And this will sort of illustrate that more clearly than anything else we've seen so far, But it makes you wonder, this is one of those situations where I don't really know how to deal with this version of time travel, because it's like, so Saeed can shoot Ben and not kill him, definitely he can do that, but But what if could he not walk up to Ben and shoot him a bunch more times where he must be dead?
Here's the thing.
Where does the fact that he can't do something come into play?
I think the problem is, can Ben in 1977 get shot and die in sort of the original timeline, the first instance of the, if you follow Ben's life from Ben's perspective, can he in 1977 get shot and die? Yes. Now, here's the problem. Saeed can't sort of do that because his being in 77 is predicated on future Ben, engendering events. So the fact that Ben does live at least until 2007 or whatever, means that in any previous time period he cannot die. And so you can't have a situation where someone from the future comes back to do something that would change the future. Now, if I think you could maybe have some other situation where, I feel like, because I was trying to think, like I said before, could Ben actually just get shot and die? Is there any way? And I think the answer is yes, but not involved in this sort of loop of time travel. Not if it's involved with someone coming back from the future. So, for instance, if Horace decided to kill Ben for whatever reason, or Phil, or Ben's dad, if Ben's dad was abusing him and he went too far and accidentally killed him, that could happen, because his doing that is not predicated on any sort of future events.
But how could that happen if we know that Ben lives to be?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It can't happen now because that didn't happen, and Ben does. But I'm saying in terms of an original timeline, the sort of first instance of 1977, that could have happened, and then of course Ben would be dead, and he would not be alive in the future. But Saeed but see, I'm delineating the difference between the fact that you can kill Ben. It just cannot be anyone that's tied into future time travel, and of course at this point no one can kill him because he does live. But he could have been killed, is I guess what I'm saying. If it wasn't for the fact that he does live.
That's the weird thing about this version of time travel. It's sort of like everything is set, and there's already a fact about what occurred, and that fact includes Ben does not die before 2007 or something. That's sort of part of the facts about what happens. So there's a fact about what Saeed does here that's sort of already in there, already accounted for. But it's just, I really want to understand where that comes into play. If Saeed doesn't really understand that, like whatever he chooses to do is not going to kill Ben, and yet like it seems like he should be able to. I mean that's the part I get hung up on. Like I just don't understand how he can't do. I mean, it turns out that he doesn't, but like I don't know. Like, how, is that different from he can't? Like, it's just that he fails to. I don't know. I
mean, I think even if it's a weird thing. I mean, I think, like I said, if you think about sort of like an original time frame, it's 1977. You're not thinking about anything in the future. Ben doesn't sort of have to live or anything like that. And somebody shoots him. I think he could die, and then therefore Benjamin Linus dies in 1977. But since Saeed is already connected to future events with Ben, that sort of solidifies Ben's future, which means that when Saeed tries to shoot him, the shot that could normally be fatal in any other circumstances is not fatal at this point because the future has already sort of happened and Ben is there. And say he comes, and say instead of shooting him in the chest, he shoots, say he does shoot him like 50 times or something.
Yeah.
I think the more extreme, like say for instance, someone tells you, well, you can't kill Ben, like yeah, you shot him, but say for instance, Saeed wants to get really drastic and cut Ben's head off.
Right.
Something that would just obviously kill a person that there's no
it's
sort of like
it's not possible to live and have that happen.
I think that's the point at which the universe, the more extreme measure you would take to sort of stop something from happening, the more extreme the universe would course correct or something. So, Saeed has the machete and he's about to, cut Ben's head off, and then, he stops by something.
God.
I know.
If a kid getting shot is barely acceptable, I can't imagine.
Life family drama, cutting a kid's head off with a machete. What's wrong with that?
It's a good hypothetical, but it's just so ridiculous to imagine him going up to Ben with a machete intending to cut his head off. It's just.
Do you want a guillotine instead?
That's just not a version of Lost I want to see.
I think that's what's weird. Is it's the same idea. You can't go back in time and kill Hitler.
Right?
Could Hitler have died? Well, he did die. But you know what I mean? Like before he got into power and all that, could he have died before that? Sure, but he didn't.
Yeah. That's a weird thing. It's I guess I'm having a hard time distinguishing between could and did.
Yeah.
It's sort of I want to figure out what the difference is. Like where could comes into play. If there's sort of already a fact about what happens, can you talk about what could happen and sort of make sense of it? Like does it make sense to say that it could have happened if it's sort of already known what happened? I mean that really.
Yeah, I mean, there's a difference between what's possible and like what actually happens.
Yeah, yeah, okay, and that's it. I mean, but is it possible if it's just the case that it doesn't happen? I mean, was it possible? What does it mean for it to have been possible? I mean, I guess that's what I'm stuck on.
Well, it means that it could have happened.
Okay, but what does that mean?
That means if it wasn't for the fact that this is an event that does not cause his death, then he won't die from it.
Okay.
I mean, what's weird about this is if you just think about it from a single plot line, like a single character's plot line, I mean, the things that you do in the past or the present and the future, like, none of them are sort of more important than the other. It's sort of, I mean, you can tell anyone's story linearly, it'll just be you're time traveling as you tell this story. If you take Saeed, at a certain point he goes back to the 70s, but you could still tell his story linearly and see the sort of cause and effect. And it's the same thing with when you look at Ben's story is, if you ask Ben in 2007, hey, have you ever been shot, and he goes, well, yeah, Saeed shot me when I was 14 or whatever, and and I didn't die. It's just something that happened and wasn't, it just wasn't a thing that killed him. Just like anything else, like all the other near-death experiences Ben has had, it just becomes, the time travel thing makes it weird, but but like for Ben, it's, it's no different than anything else that event happened then.
Yeah.
It's just sort of strange. And of course, I think the universe should unravel if it could kill him.
It's sort of not normal to pay for your crimes as a kid before you commit them.
Yeah.
That's sort of the bizarre aspect of this. Time travel makes that possible.
Mm-hmm.
And so it can be possible to a certain extent that you've already been punished for what you do later before you do it.
Well, you're just talking about Minority Report now, aren't you?
I guess I am.
I mean, that's the whole point of that was, you're going to do something bad, why not be punished before you do it?
Yeah.
But I haven't done it yet. Well, so what? You were going to. Well, but I didn't.
Yes, that's exactly. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. There you go. That's what this is. This is like...
It's Minority Report.
Minority Report. But, like, extreme, like going back to the kid and sort of punishing the kid for it.
Yeah.
Like, it's just... And the thing that really bothers me is if what Saeed's shooting Ben influences him. And
that's
has
bad.
Like that's the part where I'm just like, that's it's like
I know that's the extra sort of part of this whole thing that is purely cyclical. Is like, well, in 1977, Ben is sort of scarred and emotionally, haunted by sort of, getting shot by this person he trusted.
Yeah.
Which makes him sort of be mean and evil and lie more than he normally would have. Which then affects that person later in the future, which makes them come back to do that thing.
Yeah.
That's when this version of time travel is specifically headache-inducing.
Yeah, it sort of makes it seem like he's not to blame for it. Like it just sort of... the circumstances kind of arose out of the way time travel works.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not really his fault, And that's like, it's not about his nature. It's just about the weird circumstances of the time travel.
I guess here's the question. If Saeed didn't, well, a question you can't, and no one can answer. If Saeed didn't go back in time, would Ben still be the same?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's not clear exactly how much effect this has. I mean, it seems unbelievable to me that it doesn't have any impact, but
I don't think it's going to have a lot of impact, but I think it should have some.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be like the event that explains Ben. I mean, that's I don't think I'd like to
I think his dad's responsible for that.
I agree. I like to think Ben can't sort of be reduced to that so easily, and I definitely think his dad is probably, I mean, his dad was the reason he went down this path in the first place,
Yeah.
The only reason he was out in that jungle with Saeed, really, was his dad.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think that's definitely got a lot more to do with it.
I brought you a sandwich. I love that. You brought me a sandwich? Yeah, right. I made one for myself, and I thought, who does that? Who makes a sandwich and then goes, wow, I made this sandwich. Maybe I should make one for somebody else. I don't know. I've never done that.
Aw.
Because wouldn't you want to, eat your sandwich that you just made? Or what? Are you eat it and realize it was really tasty, so I'm going to make one for somebody else?
I don't know.
Before even asking them if they want a sandwich?
Yeah, you
know?
might want to ask, but I don't know. Maybe it could be a nice surprise.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just not a person who I wouldn't particularly like a food-based surprise, so I wouldn't want to do that to anybody else.
But what if, I don't know. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I mean, if it was iced tea or water or something a little more like, who you're working, who's going to sort of turn down water if you need it or something? That's one thing. But a sandwich, chicken salad sandwich, that's got mayonnaise in it.
Yeah, I'm not a big sandwich fan, and you're right. It does have mayonnaise in it, and that's definitely a minus. But I wouldn't mind a food-based surprise in general, but yeah, I guess it depends on what it is.
I'm just picky. It would just be like, yeah, I mean, if it was something I wanted, it'd be a pleasantly surprised.
Yeah.
But the chances of someone surprising me with a food-based surprise and it turning out well is just not great. So I wouldn't want to do that to anybody else.
Yeah, but I do think there's a lot of people out there who don't mind that much and would probably be fine with a food-based surprise. I love the idea of a food-based surprise.
An FBS.
Yeah. That's not a concept that I thought would ever need to be named. But,
surprise! Lasagna! Like, what if you're not in the mood for lasagna? Food is just, I'm just picky with food, and food is,
I see, yeah.
It's, you're in the mood for certain things at certain times, and it's like, even if you're hungry, it's like, maybe I don't want a sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
But now you brought me one, so I'm forced to eat it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much.
So,
He tried.
So just, no food-based surprises for old Claude here.
All right. Take note, everyone. Do not send sandwiches.
No.
Or any other food-based surprises.
No. If you want to send me, like, something everybody loves, like cookies, I'm not going to turn down, maybe a cookie.
Okay.
But
cookie-based surprise is okay.
Yeah, I would say dessert-based surprises have a higher chance of being a pleasant surprise than any sort of general food-based surprise.
Mm-hmm. Like a sandwich.
Like a sandwich.
With mayonnaise.
What kind of sandwich? Yeah, with mayonnaise.
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
See, I did. That's so weird. And it made the sound as if I pressed it. Without it again.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if... So did I just give us 3 hours? I did start 3 times, and I heard 3 da-da-dubs.
I wonder if it's that easy.
I don't know.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice if you could actually just not have to get it every hour.
Yeah.
Not that we're probably going to go another hour at this point, but still, in general, it would be nice.
Yeah. Anyway, enough of food-based surprises.
Yeah. So
what else?
I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, so I think you're right. I feel like next week we're in store for some kind of. You know what I thought of though that bothered me a little bit was the whole thing with Juliet. Delivering Ethan.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really think that out enough, but then I thought, like, what did they think about her just suddenly being able to do that? Like, did that not come to anything? The fact that she has those skills, like, was that not an issue? I mean, she works in like the auto repair place. Like, why should she know? Like, according to them, like, why should she know how to do that? Like, I feel like that should have been a deal, and it just wasn't at all.
Yeah.
Like, is the idea they just trust them so much at this point that they can get away with anything and their cover is just sort of safe?
Well,
I think they do trust him a lot, and I think, the only people who would maybe question would be, what's her name? I want to say Annie.
Amy.
Amy. That's why I want to say Annie. Amy and the other internist guy who was useless. Horace was passed out. I mean, obviously he'll hear about who delivered the baby.
Yeah, I mean Amy knows. So.
Yeah, but I could, I could see. My point is the information getting out rests on Amy, and I could see her sort of not saying anything, just by the fact that this Juliet did deliver her baby.
I see.
So they could have some little scene, afterwards, and and she's like, I didn't know you had to do that. Where did you learn how to do that? And maybe Juliet, Amy believes her or not, but at the very least, she's, doesn't make a big deal out of it.
Just because she's grateful that she was able to save the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It bothered me for a second because I realized, that's they're hiding their identities and abilities and stuff is kind of an issue, and so yeah, that was like at the time I didn't care because I guess I wasn't, I don't know, I didn't quite get the point of this story yet, but yeah. Anyway, I'll buy that.
Yeah, and I think we're not really sure what sort of set of circumstances Juliet set up for herself in terms of what she put on her aptitude test and all that. I mean, she's working in the motor pool, but do they have to put like all their education on the forms and it's the checkbox of can you deliver a baby? Yeah. I feel like there's room for them to have other talents, but yeah. So I don't think it's a huge deal, but I think it could be explained that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So, I definitely think next week is going to be in part about saving Ben. And yeah, I feel like maybe Jack will come into play there, and it'll be a whole thing. Because I feel like maybe he won't want to do it, and they'll have to. The
old Jack wouldn't, but this new Jack is like, I don't even know what he.
You think new Jack might be okay with it?
I think it's not unlikely that he might realize that that he probably has to do it because he probably does it. You know what I mean? Like, Ben does survive, so someone is going to save him, and I think it's the same sort of sense that Sawyer has about all this, that you don't sort of have a choice, in terms of their situation and in terms of their relationship to the future and all that. So I could see Jack really not putting up a huge fight about that. As much as he did before. I think he should be coming from a different place now, and sort of, I think it would be weird, and he should react that it's weird, but
yeah.
But I don't know if he'll put up a big to do about it.
Okay. I still want to know what happened to Dan. God damn it. Dan.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you know what? I think next episode could be about Dan, too, a little bit. We might see, what he says to Charlotte, if he tells Charlotte the thing, and all that. So, little Charlotte.
Right. Yeah.
And what I love about that whole thing is how she was like, there's this crazy old scary man who, and I like the idea of him coming across really crazy, because at the moment that he has to tell her this, he's sort of forced to do it because he doesn't want to do it, obviously. But he's going to have to do it for this to work.
Yeah.
And I could see him being really scary and anxious and sweating and crying and whatever,
Yeah.
Just not normal in this situation. And I like that. I like that he's sort of, he comes across as this crazy old man because of sort of the circumstance.
Right.
Not because he just is a crazy old man.
Right. Yeah. Because he knows what the outcome is,
Mhm.
and that sort of brings about what it's like when he says it originally. It's sort of the reason he says it, and at the same time, it's the reason he knows it won't do any good to say it.
It's the reason he says it, and the reason he knows he can't say it. And I think, little Charlotte's in for a spanking because she does not listen to him.
Yeah. No, she really doesn't. She spends a lot of her life not listening to him.
Nope, and she comes back to the island.
Yep. Oh, Charlotte.
Did you see that thing about her? I saw a little news thing on Lostpedia about discrepancy with her age.
Yeah, it was a scandal. It was a huge thing.
What was going on there?
So on a podcast, the issue is that if you do the math, Charlotte's age has to be different from what Ben said her birth date was. Like Ben said she was born in 1979. Yeah.
I already see a problem.
Which obviously doesn't work.
Yeah.
And so on the previous podcast, last week's, they said that I think what they said was that they had written the role for an older actress but cast her because they liked her.
Mm-hmm.
And then what they alleged was that they originally wrote Ben to say an earlier year, and what they alleged was that on set, she said, no, I want it to be my real birthday. That's too old. Like, they basically said she changed it on set somehow. Like, I'm not that old, so change it. And then she fired back via Facebook and said, no, I didn't do that. I read the line that I was given. It was not me. I had nothing to do with it. It was your thing. Don't blame me if there was a mistake there. I had nothing to do with it. And then they responded by saying that she was right. It wasn't her. They had remembered wrong, and it turns out, then they said it was Greg Nation's fault that that Greg Nation's had changed the date because he thought that it was the wrong birth date for her somehow, and that she should be younger, and so somehow it went back to him that he changed it in the script, and that's where the mistake is traced to.
So in the original script, it had the earlier date for an older character.
Yeah.
And then before they shot it, Greg Nation said, "Hey, the actress is younger, so let's move the date up."
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. And that they didn't catch that as being...
I see, because they're saying, she's so young, why have her be so old in the script when the actress is young? So they moved the thing, and then they said, but we forget that we set shit in 1977.
Right.
Where Charlotte's supposed to be around.
Yes.
Wow, that's a lot of drama for a character who's not even a show anymore.
I know. It was a pretty big thing. So they've apologized through multiple channels, including the most recent podcast. I
love how they said it was her fault.
Yeah, they did. They totally blamed her. It was really weird. And then they said, no, we were wrong. We're sorry. But yeah, the whole thing. Now, the thing I wanted to say about it, I felt like, it's great that they sort of tell the truth, I guess, presuming that what they finally came to was the truth. But I felt like the obvious thing, even if it's a retcon, the obvious thing to say is that Ben's info was wrong.
Exactly. That's all they have to do. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like, this is all based on what's in the show.
Yeah.
And it's like, just say it was wrong.
Yeah, that's the part that's weird. Like, they they didn't think to do that. Like for them, Ben had to be right. Like Ben was supposed to be right about. He was wrong about the birthplace. Obviously, she's supposed to have been born on the island, and he doesn't say that. So he was wrong about some stuff. So why does he have to be right about the birth date? Like why couldn't it, be faulty info because some things about her are faked. So that
totally.
So
yeah,
that,
her whole yeah.
That just seemed like the thing they could say where they didn't have to go into all this drama about whose fault it was and all that stuff. Like, even if it's a lie, it still works.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I don't know why that was such a big deal. But
yeah, they're really backtracking on that.
Yeah.
Apparently they're going to have a very special Eating Crow podcast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was the most recent one, I think.
Oh, okay.
I think they've already eaten their crow.
Did they eat the crow?
They ate a whole crow.
Wow.
They pretty much just reiterated what they said there on the podcast.
They didn't actually eat anything?
They didn't actually.
There were no food-based surprises?
No. No. Unfortunately.
All right. Well, that was interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely the lost news. Yeah, unfortunately Greg Nations, who is apparently to blame for all this, isn't answering questions via the forum anymore, and there's been a lot of issues that I feel like he could easily quickly clear up that we don't have access to anymore, and I really miss that.
Is he still on the show?
Yeah.
What's his deal?
Yeah, he's definitely still on the show. His name's in there. But he did get like some kind of promotion from what he was before. So I think his job is somewhat different, or at least maybe he does more than he used to or something. I mean, I think he still does his old job, but I think he also does some other stuff or something. So, like, presumably he's more busy or something than he used to be. At least that's what he claims. So
busy changing scripts.
Ouch.
Busy starting drama.
He has co-written a single script so far, which is Eggtown.
Uh-oh.
Mhm. Yeah.
Well, that hatched perfectly.
Yeah. Ouch.
Ooh. That was a crack at Greg Nation. Actually, a crack at Eggtown. So what else? I think we're pretty much done.
Yeah, that's pretty much
it. What else
it.
we got?
What?
I said, what else have we got?
What else? Oh, I don't know. What else is there?
Overall, okay episode. I think this podcast is a little bit shorter than our usuals, which I think reflects, the episode a bit.
Yeah.
I think that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thanks for listening, guys, as always. Catch us at the forum, tlold.net.
Oh, yeah, and I want to thank the two of you who wrote me to ask about 20th 14. That was
nice.
That was a surprise. I didn't think anybody would care. I'm glad someone did.
I should tell you that was just me and Jen.
Oh, no.
No, I'm kidding.
So, yeah, I don't have any new info to tell you. I'd love to make that a regular segment, but I didn't exactly plan that last week. So, anyway, I'll try for the future, but that was good stuff. So, yeah.
All right. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.